I'll do it tomorrow. Agenda. We got enough people here. Let's call this meeting to order. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let's call to order the meeting of the Merrimack Planning Board for Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Okay, let's sort of do our housekeeping items. Let me remind everyone who will address the board to make sure the microphone's turned on and speak clearly into it so the folks at home and the minute taker can understand and hear what we're doing. Our next planning board meeting after tonight is February 7th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. in this room, the Matthew Thornton room. Let's see. Given the length of our agenda tonight, I want to call to the board's attention again and suggest that we stick to our policy not to take up new business after 10:30 p.m. I think some of the later items on our agenda are particularly big items, and if we begin them at 10:30, we're going to make we'll be in that time of the night where we're just not doing our best decision making. So, with that in mind, certainly it's up to the will of the board to want to do that when we get to 10:30. But applicants, if you start to see the time ticking away, realize that you may get bumped to the next meeting if it's that late in the evening. Let's see. I think that covers all of our housekeeping items except for the selection of alternates into voting positions. Let's see. Maureen and Nelson, you two are alternates, correct? Everybody else here is a full member. So let's put you both in as voting members tonight in for Neil and Lynn. Does that work?
Neil might show up. Neil called to find out if I was going to be here.
Yep.
We had a quorum. And I said I was coming. He said, well, I'm going to be late.
Okay.
So.
And then Neil texted me and said he wouldn't be able to make it and asked if I was going to be here.
Yep. I spoke to him a short while ago, and
Yeah.
he's got a couple of hours of work for somebody with their heat out, and he's committed to making sure they get their heat on before he gets to us.
Yes.
So he may, because he was interested in some of the items. If he does, we'll just tackle that when the time comes. And I think we've still got.
Okay, you've still got somebody else you could appoint me to.
Yes.
You put me in his place. And, okay. Good.
Yep. We'll keep you involved. Even if Neil shows, that'll still be 7, which is a regular board. Okay. With that in mind, that completes agenda item number 1, the call to order. Let's see, Robert, Planning and Zoning Administrators Report.
I have nothing tonight.
I know that you guys have had a chance to see Colleen at one of our meetings before, but I haven't. So welcome, Colleen. And I look forward to working with you. And I think I speak for all of the board to say that the support that your staff and your department gives us is amazing, and we can't do without it. So look forward to that. Anybody else? Anything else for questions for the staff for Planning and Zoning Administrators Report? Seeing none, then let's move on our agenda. The next item on our agenda is our consent agenda, for which there are 2 items. One is the regional impact determinations for tonight's agenda, and the other is an extension request for Thomas More College for a project begun in 2021, for which they require, what is it, a 6-month extension, Robert?
Yes, that's correct.
What is the will of the board with respect to the consent agenda?
Move to accept? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I had a problem trying to figure out what was being asked. I understand about the, let's say, the maps that are included with the handout don't tell us what the issues are we're being asked to approve.
Okay.
I wasn't clear on it.
Okay, so let's take the consent agenda items off the consent agenda and deal with them one at a time. The first is the memo that we always get regarding regional impact determinations.
Mm-hmm.
And the staff outlines on the front cover what the criteria are for making a regional impact determination, and then provides a little summary of the two projects and recommendations that these projects are not of regional impact.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense, but let's take them one at a time, as you suggest.
Okay, each project one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first project is Bruce and Susan Flanders, and it's their consideration of approval for a lot line adjustment, and the staff is suggesting that that's not of regional impact. What's the will of the board with respect to that recommendation?
Where is this?
The whole package for this item is in your agenda.
Okay.
It's right on this line.
No, I get it, but with respect to it being a regional impact determination,
It's not a regional impact. I
Yeah.
will so move, Mr. Chairman.
okay. Is there a second for that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay. So the second item that's on our list is Robert Parker's the applicant and BCFE 29 Manchester LLC is the owner. The description of the project is there at the top of page 3. It's roughly a 40,000 square foot warehouse on Manchester Street. Staff has suggested that that's also not of regional impact. What is the will of the board?
I will so move that it is not a regional impact. Mr.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay.
I'm
The-
sorry, I misunderstood them. When I looked at the maps, I misunderstood it. My
Okay.
fault. Sorry.
No worries. I mean, that's everybody's privilege to pull something off the consent agenda
Good.
and talk it over if we're not sure. The last item is an extension request, and there's a letter attached to the staff memo from a Dan Allen of Bowler Engineering asking for an extension for 6 months for the Thomas More College project. Is there a discussion on that item? If not, is there a motion? Nelson moves, Maureen seconds to grant the 6-month extension. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay. 6-0-0 on all of those motions. Okay, that covered all the items on the consent agenda. The first item on our regular agenda is item 4, McDonald's USA LLC as the applicant and CP Merrimack LLC as the owner. It is continued review for consideration of a waiver of full site plan review to reconfigure the existing single order point drive-through window with a dual order point configuration. The parcel is located at 9 Dobson Way in the C2 General Commercial and Aquifer Conservation Districts and Wellhead Protection Area. Tax map 4D, lot 54-3, case planning board 2022-47. It's continued from our December 6, 2022 planning board meeting, and the applicant has requested an additional continuance to the February 21st, 2023 meeting. The staff recommends that we grant that continuance. Is there discussion? Is there a motion?
I would so move.
Brian has the motion. Nelson seconds.
Yeah.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 6-0-0 to continue that item to February. Next item on our agenda, Black Diamond Holdings LLC as the applicant and MM Realty Trust as the owner. Continued review for final approval of a site plan for the redevelopment of an existing automotive junkyard use into a 102,600 square foot warehouse and associated site improvements. The parcel is located at 734 DW Highway in the C2 General Commercial and Aquifer Conservation Districts. Tax map 7E, lot 31, case planning board 2022-36. It's continued from the October 18th, November 15th, and December 20th, 2022 planning board meetings. And Robert, is there anything that we need to know before we hear from the applicant?
Just by quick way of summary, the applicant was last physically before the board back on the October 18th meeting. where they introduced the project to the board. There were a few items outstanding at that time, one of which being the architectural design was not finalized. If the board recalls, they saw a placeholder version that didn't comply with the regulations. The applicant has since provided an updated architectural rendering, so the board should discuss that tonight. Also coming out of that meeting, the applicant informed the board that the New Hampshire Department of Transportation had requested a full traffic study. So the applicant has been working on that in the background, and my understanding is that they just received it today. Final thing out of the original meeting was that peer review from Fuss and O'Neill had not been done, but at this point it has been since completed. So the intention that staff has for the board tonight is really to discuss the architectural rendering, listen to any updates from the applicant on the layout of the project or anything other details of the project, and really we'd have to continue one more time to get the traffic study peer reviewed by Fuss and O'Neill. Staff does also want to note that in the memo, we called out a retaining wall that was between 7 and 9 feet in height that was encroaching the property line. In speaking with the applicant today, staff understands that that wall can be reconfigured and grading adjusted so that it can be lessened in size and no longer require a building permit or variance.
Okay. Matt, please introduce yourself and tell us where we're at.
All right, good evening, Matt Peterson with Keach Norsham Associates, here representing the proposed redevelopment of 734 DW Highway in the town of Merrimack. As outlined by staff, we last presented the complete project in October of last year. We have since received comments from Fuss and O'Neill. We've addressed those comments and sent them back to the town review. We do not have a second set of comments back yet from them, which is fine, is why one of the things we're continuing or talking about continuing to the February hearing. One thing that came up as we first did our initial review with DOT is that they asked us to do more of a study and count some of the trips along the highway. If you guys have heard, I'm sure you've heard from many applicants lately, traffic is one of the hardest things to get out of anybody right now. They did the counts November 15th and 16th, so we did them before Christmas and all that. But as Robert said, I just got handed the report at 5:02 this afternoon. So we're making progress, which is good. We have a report now right here, which I actually just forwarded to Robert to get an estimate from Fuss and O'Neill to review it. We will submit this by Thursday to them, and we'll get that review back. We're expecting to have the second review back, I assume, any day as well from them. Like I said, we believe we addressed all their comments. There may be a couple little DD edits or that type of stuff that's left. But we're working this project through the correct channels right now. A couple of things just to go through. There's only a few minor changes from, I gave the whole presentation last time. I think we all know where it is at the junkyard. Shouldn't say that, but at the
Majestic Motors.
Yes, Majestic Motors site. We access it off of Daniel Webster Highway. We're right next to the car wash that's there. The only thing that's really changed since the last application is we proposed a sidewalk up along Daniel Webster Highway. As I talked about the last hearing, we'd come back with that. We've shown that on the plan. I noticed in the traffic study I read a couple minutes ago, they said there's no sidewalks in the general area, so I'm going to have to modify that and say there's one coming on this location here. The second thing we talked about is if we didn't need this parking lot, which I told you we did not believe we needed because nowadays most of the stuff is automated inside. There's just not as many people. So we put a dashed area around this and we added a note to the plan. It's note 31 down here that just says this will remain as a grassed area. One thing I could not do, if you remember the drainage design that we have here, we are going to put all this drainage in underground day one. So this will be underneath any grass and that type of stuff that's there. So that if it does get paved in the future, it's all there, it's all set to go, nothing has to be done. So again, the underground will all be in as if this was being built, but the top half, we're going to leave this front parking area grass for the first phase. One of the other things I noticed, you had a waiver on there that we had requested for a bike rack. That's I bike every single day, and I'm not asking for a waiver on biking stuff. That would be completely against my philosophy of life. So we put a bike rack on it there. That should reduce the waiver. I saw that Robert had 5 spaces had to be there, so we put that on there, and that waiver has been removed. There is still the waiver for the electrical cars because that one also rubs me the wrong way. We have not shown that on this site here. I'd really like to hear input as we move through the next couple years from the board and how many people are installing them and that kind of stuff that's going in. I know the ones that are at the residential unit behind Homestead now. One of my wife's friends lived there and she used it for a long time. Now it's a lot more expensive than it was when they first moved in. So times are changing a little bit on that. Anyway, we're asking for a waiver on that one there. Again, those were the minor stuff that we had changed from the last application. As Robert said, an architectural plan came in, which I think you all have copies of, I would hope. We went with windows on this to break up the facade, which I think was a nice look. Obviously, it's an industrial building with the pitched roof. Pretty straightforward on that, but I think Robert had given you a preliminary view on what we were looking for that. And then lastly, the retaining wall, but the retaining wall that was located along this line right here and here was 7 to 9 feet. My techs were able to reduce that to a 4-foot wall with grading above it, which he checked with the building department, and that brings it out of the requirement for a variance. So our options were we're going to go with a 1-to-1 riprap slope or reduce the wall a little bit. I like the wall; gives a little more character to the site. That's all we're really at right now. Again, we've worked through the comments. I was waiting on this traffic report for the last 2 months. We now have it. We'll get it off to staff, let them review it, come back. As I was just telling Robert, we're looking at churning movements. My weekday AM peak is 36, 28 entering, 8 exiting. And my weekday PM peak is 39, 11 entering and 28 exiting. So it wasn't a whole lot of to do after all these months of waiting. I thought I was going to get a little bit more than that from there. This will go to DOT. And then it'll probably take a few months from there to get our permit back and stuff like that. But we'll keep on and go from there. So again, I know you got a really busy agenda, as you've stated. We're looking probably to continue to the next month. I think the architecture was the biggest thing Robert said, unless you had something you saw last meeting that you wanted to bring up to my attention now. Leave it at that and answer
We'll
any
open up
questions.
the floor for board members to have any discussion you'd like to have. Ladies first. Maureen, you're up.
So I'm going to ask this further down on our agenda, so I'll ask you as well in regards to the electric car, whatever they're called there. So the facility is going to be having this upgraded equipment inside of it, right? I just read that like Amazon itself just purchased over we're looking to purchase over $900 million worth of electric vehicles. Why is it, if you're looking to put inside the warehouse updated stuff, you're not looking to add it outside?
My reason, and a lot I think has to do with where New Hampshire stands with electricity. I think most people think that you plug into that little outlet over there and you get electricity. We have to continue to run our coal plants to use electricity. Everybody wanted our coal plants shut about 4 to 5 years ago. So now we're pushing this electrical push to keep coal plants open. I think it's kind of a just personal reference. If the board feels that they want us to put it there, the waiver, you can deny the waiver and go from that standpoint there. It's really just about, in my opinion, where I just read the other day, we're going back to gas engines. If you haven't read, there's certain companies that are not going to go away from electric. They're going back to gas, making sure that their 2024 and 25 still have gas. So it's just everybody jumps on something at the beginning. I think it's a little much. So I just pushed back and said no a little bit, but that'd be my reasoning.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from you, Maureen? Nelson?
I have a few, Mr. Chairman.
Please have
Just to touch on that particular subject, this past week, the Wall Street Journal ran a front page article saying that 10% of the new automobiles sold last year were all electric. And it's a bigger jump than they thought. So that's the direction.
If this board wants it on sites, I'm not
Okay.
here to argue that. That was my reasoning. You asked me my reasons. I've given it to you. It's not something to lose sleep over from our standpoint. But
Okay, I just wanted to mention that in passing. The traffic analysis is what you just received, right? So we don't have any comments on that.
no, not yet.
Right now. There was a question about building elevations not shown on the original plans, and are we all squared away with that? Or,
We had resubmitted plans that staff believes meets the intent of your regulations, and that's in your package and in the plan set.
it's in the plat package now, okay. The drainage analysis.
Yes.
Was that reviewed by Fuss O'Neill? Is that part of their?
Yes, it was.
It was, and they're okay with it. There's a couple of big infiltration basins here, and they've been checked out by Fuss and O'Neill.
Yeah, they reviewed it and they made comments like they do on everybody's, and Matt has just actually submitted a response to that, so they haven't seen the response yet, but it's going through the process as normal.
Okay, it's still in the works then, okay. Thank you for the sidewalks. This is on sewer. Is this building on sewer?
No.
No,
This
it's
building
not.
would have a small residential 450-gallon septic system.
Yeah,
I can't get to sewer. I was trying to go through to the north of 744 and come out to Society Hill,
yeah,
but I've checked the condo docks in Society Hill, and it doesn't appear that I'm allowed to tie into it without going through an act of Congress with them. And then there's another one south down at the light goes south down. I'm kind of in this weird in between. And I just didn't, like I said, it was 450 gallons. It wasn't a big system. So we went for the septic system is shown up in this location right here.
mm-hmm,
And you can see on the grading plan, it sits right up in this little fill area that we put up in here. So it worked out. We did test pits in the area. My septic designer designed it. We went that avenue, and there's no regulation in the town because I'm not close enough that I have.
you're not close enough to be required to look into it. Okay. Okay. Let me see here. Drainage system. There was an environmental study.
Yes.
Or there is an environmental study. On the last page. Hmm. Can't read my own notes right now. Okay, I guess I have no further comment, Mr. Chairman. I had a note that said the environmental study, but was there an environmental study?
At the last hearing, we had presented the environmental study that showed that there were no contaminants and stuff on site, and we had congratulated the current owner for running a very clean operation.
I do remember that, thank you. Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Disco. Does any other member of the board have comments or questions? Maureen?
I just wanted to say 3 positive things. Thank you for the sidewalks. I think that's wonderful. Actually, in the bike rack too. And I really do like the building look of with the windows as a typical warehouse. That does give it. I think it'll give for people working inside too. It'll look nice. And I really liked how you planned for the parking lot, not having to put it in now, but yet making it a grassy area, but yet it will be accessible later. So I just wanted to say thank you, though.
Thank you.
Good.
Appreciate that.
Anyone else with comments? I liked your changes as well. I thought they make a lot of sense. And, I think we each individually approach bike racks and electric car parking charging stations with a little bit different view. I think ultimately there's nothing that stops the applicant from adding those electrical charging stations later on in the process if it seems like the right thing to do for their uses. And if it happened that somebody was going to use hybrid or electric powered trucks, that wouldn't be the way that they would connect anyway. So I think I'm fine with the decision to not do that at this point, and the applicant can always come back and add them later if it seems to fit their need or their approach things. I especially like the two-phase part of the parking. I don't think that you'll ever need that lower section, and it'll look a lot better from the street without it. So, with that in mind, I don't have anything but compliments for the project. I think you did a good job of kind of responding to some of our concerns. It seems like the staff is saying that we don't necessarily have to consider the electric charging stations as a waiver because they're optional in our regulation in the first place. But however the board chooses to proceed with that, it's fine with me. Do you need to hear feedback on that tonight, or does that, you comfortable
We
with
can
it
make
either
that
way?
decision on that day. No.
Okay.
it's not a big
And so the only thing that we need to do is just continue you to let the peer review.
I think what Robert said is anything on the architectural that jumped out at you that we change before the next hearing would be the biggest thing from that. Other than that, there's
That and just public comment.
been
Oh,
public comment.
okay. Can you put the elevations back up for everybody? I know everybody got a chance to look at them. Does anybody have any comments or questions about the elevations? I think we had a discussion before about the length of the building and whether it had to be broken up, and I think the result was that in this area or this zone, that regulation did not apply. Is that correct, Robert?
The regulation, it does apply because it's a C2 district. It's an industrial use in a C2 district by variance. So it does apply, but the board can determine that the windows that they're showing here now are acceptable and they meet the spirit of the regulation.
Okay. Does everybody catch the gist of that discussion, that we have a regulation that would require long sides of warehouses to be broken up, and sometimes in the past we've had people do little offsets in the wall, ins and outs and jogs and things, and those are quite challenging for warehouse use because they don't really have a lot of use for little jogs in their building, but parapet walls or windows and all of that. And so it's up to us to decide whether this sort of satisfies that requirement with the windows that are here, or whether we would like to see any other distinctive architectural features that sort of break up the huge long length of side. My own personal opinion is I like the windows. I think they're fine, and I also think the site's got very, very little view from a public place that would matter anyway. So that's my thought, but what do you guys think?
I agree with you.
Agree? Okay. All right, so we're happy with that. Nothing on the architectural jumps out at us as a problem. When do you want to come back?
I think we said February 27th. Is that the 21st? 21st.
February 21st. Is there a motion to continue these guys till February 21st?
So moved.
Is there public comment first?
Oh, thank you, Robert, for the suggestion. Does any member of the public wish to weigh in or provide the board any information on this application? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll remind us to do that again on February 21st just to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Okay, Brian's got a motion to continue to February 21st with no further notice to abutters. Who seconded it? I know somebody did, but
I hadn't raised my.
Jamie has a second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Thank you, Matt, and we'll see you in a month.
Yeah, you'll see me in about 2 seconds.
Okay. Next on our agenda is S.J. Torres as the applicant and Orrin H. Connell Family Trust as the owner. Continued review for consideration of waiver of full site plan review to permit a variety of temporary event uses on the site. The parcel is located at 454 Daniel Webster Highway in the C2 General Commercial, Aquifer Conservation, Elderly Housing, and Town Center Overlay Districts. It's tax map 5D, lot 54, Planning Board 2022-46, and it's continued from our December 6th and 20th Planning Board meetings. Robert, is there anything that we need to know before we hear from the applicant?
Sure. By way of summary, this plan is an effort to kind of solve some ongoing issues that have been going on site while adding some additional uses that have not been contemplated before. Applicant's been working with staff for some time on this stuff. So the main point of this plan is to try to get some event uses approved on the property. The applicant's proposing 12 events a year, each broken into 2 different categories, 6 and 6. 6 barbecue events that would happen on Thursday nights between 4 and 7 p.m. and 6 more open, larger scale of, I don't want to say large scale, but larger scale events that would run 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. generally only on Sundays throughout a year. In addition to that, staff notes this is the first time, although we've been working with the applicant for some time on the trailers and the signage and how it's been deemed signage and whatnot. This is the first time we've seen a survey plan showing their location, which unfortunately shows them within both the wetland setback and the wetland buffer area. So staff's just asked the applicant to either find a place on site that they can be relocated or go once again back to the ZBA to get their current locations approved.
All right, thank you for that, Robert. Just for the record, introduce yourself a second time around. And
Good evening, Matt Peterson again here with Keach Nordstrom Associates, representing Tomahawk Tavern in Merrimack, New Hampshire. Hey, there we go. This is SJ of Tomahawk Tavern.
just landed from Florida. Sorry, guys.
Okay, what I think most of you know or understand this parcel where we're at. So Tomahawk Tavern sits on the back corner here of the building. Brief overview here. What my client was trying to do about 6 months ago, he's a resident of Merrimack. He has children in the school system. He heard that the football program needed some money. He thought, well, I've got a great location. They're in my back door. Let me set something up. Let me do a little fundraiser for them. He went to the fire department, met with them. They said, yeah, just kind of put a little sketch. Then it got to Robert, and everybody went, whoa, what are we doing here? Because it was quite big.
Robert was still very nice about it.
Yes, he was very nice. So we kind of took a step back. Actually, myself and Peter at Keach Nordstrom here, we've just finished Mel's Funway and doing pretty much the exact same thing for them over there. We had a lot of angry abutters that didn't want them to do anything over there, so we worked through a lot of different notes and a lot of different things. So the notes you see on the plans and the statement that Robert are making is really trying to create something that allows things to happen on this site without having to come back every single time. There are some other people in the compound that have come to Robert to talk about something. We would obviously allow it in the same area and kind of work with them to do it. So it's really a local resident that wants to do some type of fundraisers for the different sporting events or the different things in town, but make sure it's safe, make sure it meets your requirements, make sure that it's, everybody's on the same page and doing it. So we put together this plan that's copied to you guys right now. And we showed, if you've all been out there, he just finished a patio on the back. I mean, really has done a nice job in the area there. From what I've heard, the people around him like him. I know the mechanic next door here has put on too much weight since he moved in, is what I hear. So I hear he likes him a lot. So he's a good neighbor. And we're just trying to do something's right. So I don't need everything to go through tonight. I know there's recommendations that, but if we need to have more discussion, that's okay. We're just trying to get to something where next year we could do something that would allow him to, in this area that's in the back, about 9,300 square feet. So you got his existing patio here. We were thinking of proposing some Jersey barriers along on this side and Jersey berries on this side, still allowing an access that would be able to come through to the back of the building and out. So we wouldn't be affecting any type of safety from the high school or secondary accesses or anything like that. He's thinking, some type of maybe music tent in the back here and a little food tent in the back here. Behind that is the 2 trailers. I don't know if you've seen what the trailers are on site. So these are the 2 trailers. Oh, great. I don't have that, so I can't rotate it for you. But these are the 2 trailers that he had artists come out and paint that you'll be looking at from the patio that he sits on. They became signs because they had a little bit too much on them, the Live Free or Die, the Tomahawk. So we had to go to the zoning board to get variances for those signs in the back of the building, basically aesthetically pleasing for the people sitting at the patios. But anyway, so that's the trailers that are back there, and they're right here and here. That's what Robert had brought up, that I would have to go back and look at the zoning board for setbacks. Just so this board understands, you look at the tree lines from back in the day and stuff like that. This area was cut back. It's not like he went in there and tried to push everything and do something on it. It was an area that was there beforehand and wasn't very nice. So now it's a much nicer area than the back that's there. Yep, they already did. They did that. Yep. We got a little barbecue area in the side. So again, you know, we're looking to have a few events a year. We said 12. Right now, you know, he would probably have 2 fundraisers and a couple barbecues. But I told him, I said, listen, we're going to this. You're spending the money with me. You know, why don't we say 1 a month? You know, it's nothing that's crazy. If you guys have pushback, push it down to 8. Those aren't issues for us. We're really just trying to get something that meets with what you guys think is right and what we think is right on site there. That's kind of it. I mean, it's really a discussion on what's out there and what you guys kind of have for us, I would say. So I would open up for comments.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, SJ, for coming in. I know the board members may have some comments and questions. The one that comes to my mind is with the Sunday events that are a little bit larger, where will people park and arrive to the site? Because it seems like there's more potential for people than there are parking spaces.
So the good thing with this development, as you know, you've gone out there. I mean, it was underparked for a little bit. Now it's filling up, which is good. We're starting to get people to come back. That's why SJ picked Sunday. I mean, Sunday's usually a more quiet day for your restaurants and stuff like that. The other thing, if you don't know, this road right here in the back connects right through to the high school. So he was under the impression he could park out there. I know staff asked for a letter that we'd have to work on to say that that would be okay, but that's SJ's understanding with the conversations he's had with some people in the town. So we'd have to get a letter that would say they'd be allowed, any overflow parking would be allowed to park up at the high school and either walk down or go from there.
Okay, so the high school is the plan.
Yep.
For people there. How will people know that when they come? I mean, I imagine the high school is going to give you permission. It is a little ways up the hill and not necessarily intuitive for people to know that's where they should go.
I guess in our marketing brochures and stuff like that, we should probably be pretty clear on where we'd expect people to park for that type of events.
Okay.
Having
Or
that
maybe
kind
some
of stuff.
signs
And
on the
well,
site that
signage
say
on site
additional
too, but while
parking
you're there,
available.
yeah, it'd be easier to have it if they know where to go beforehand. But yes, we'll definitely have signage on site
And
as well.
plus, some of the businesses are closed on Sundays.
Yeah.
Too, so hoping to gain, some.
Please turn your microphone off. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
There you go.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I think the businesses are closed or at least quieter on Sundays. It's still, I'm sure they want to have at least some parking for the pharmacy and I don't know about these other restaurants, what they got going on, but
I would say we'd
sure
be
it's
willing to
quieter.
put any notes on the plan that if there's any conflicts or issues that we will come
Yeah.
back to the board or resolve it. I mean, SJ's, the one thing I've learned about him the last 6 months, everybody seems to like the guy in town and he's not looking to make enemies. So
yeah, I think that's a fair statement. I think we've got this quirk in our regulations where we ask for abutters to be notified, but we don't count the other tenants in the shopping plaza as abutters. Are they aware of this? Have they been given a chance to know about it and understand what's being proposed, ask questions, all that sort of thing?
what level have you done that?
nope. No, I haven't. I mean, just the people that come in, they all come in. They all know what we're trying to do, but I haven't formally asked them permission or sent them a letter.
Sure.
We can do that if
Um,
need be.
I think that they'll probably not have an issue with it. I just think that it's fair to give them a chance to, be aware of it before it's voted on.
Yep.
Okay. Other folks have comments or questions about things. I love the idea. By the way, I think that having those events or doing the fundraisers for the schools is great. Give back.
Yeah, tomahawk, all some of these kids,
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to dunk their coach in a dunk tank and make money for their team,
Nelson.
Well, I have a couple of issues I'd like to discuss. One of them is a noise. If you consider noise and I don't know how big a crowd you're going to get, but I know there's a band and all of that, and there are residences within earshot here
Yeah.
up on the hill.
Oh, sorry, you got it? Yeah.
Do you, I assume we have noise ordinances in town here, certain times of the day and stuff like that. Do you guys have, I haven't read them myself, but which is kind of weird.
I don't think
No.
we've got very good ones, but go ahead.
I don't recall what our noise ordinance is, if we even have
The-
one. I think years ago when we were building an addition on our house, we had a question. Somebody told us that we could start at 7 a.m, but I've never actually seen a regulation that says that. Robert?
No, yeah, the town does not have a formal noise ordinance.
So we'll talk in maybe some hours or something like that, and I'll take a look at
Yeah,
noise.
it's mostly day stuff anyway.
I think
Yeah, it's all day stuff. It's all
During the day.
Sunday, no one's coming out, so it has to be during the day. The events would have to be during the day, so I don't think that would be a major issue, you know?
no, it shouldn't be. I know that there's sort of a weird acoustic behind your building where the people that are on McElwain can hear your regular music.
Oh, okay.
But hearing music isn't necessarily offensive. I mean, if it's loud or I can't hear it with my television, well, that's one thing. But just the fact that I could hear music in the distance, I don't
Right.
think is necessarily something the planning board should take cognizance of. But obviously, if it's disturbing people or keeping them awake or keeping them from enjoying their own home, that's different.
Yep.
So see what you can do and take a look at it just so we know an answer.
Sounds
Nelson, did you have other
The,
concerns?
the other thing was blocking off the exit that goes to Woodbury Street. You put barriers here and there can be no more traffic through there, I gather.
So what we did is we put the barriers along the north side of the access road that comes around the back of the building here. So we still allow access along the back of the building, and then it can come in front or it can go out to the road. So we just don't allow it through here. There's still access from both sides. Because originally we had the barriers here and we did block it off, and that was one of the comments I got. So we moved the barriers over so that if you look up there,
Well,
so right here, this road goes out to the high school this way. And
yeah,
what we did is we brought it in, it still goes down right here. See these two lines? That's the road. And we put the barriers right here. So we didn't block anything off from this point here.
can you
this-
drive from the parking lot
That's a good
of
question.
Canals
Can you get across?
to Woodbury Street?
Around the back of the building. Yeah.
I don't think so. Not
No,
as-
with the event, you wouldn't, no, you'd have to take Daniel Webster Highway and around. So there's a road access right here. Nelson,
Oh, I see what you're saying. There's no
but there
front
isn't
parking lot in
pavement
front
right
of the
here, it
building.
doesn't look like.
You're right.
So you'd have to come out and
Yeah,
around.
that's grass over there.
Right.
Yeah, the light gets you onto Route 3.
Right, if you came out the light here, you banged a right at the light, and then you'd take a quick right, you'd go around the back this way and come out.
Or go
Or
100
come
more
down
feet and
this
turn
way.
on Woodbury.
Or go 100 feet and turn on Woodbury. yes.
You're
Yeah,
losing
that would be
me.
the smarter.
I don't know where you are.
Okay, so right here's the light for CVS.
Yes, okay.
So you'd have to come out here, go south, and you could either turn right on there, or like you said, go one more street to the Woodbury that takes
Oh,
you.
yeah, you can get there, but you
But
can't
I
go.
did cut off the through here.
You
yes.
cut off the through.
I
That's
did do that
an
from a
objection
safety
that I have.
standpoint. Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a bad thing? I think that's an
Yeah.
important part of this if you're going to put people out in the parking lot.
Well,
I mean, I could do it. Yeah.
Get the cars out of there.
one thing leads to another, right?
Other, Nelson, did you have any others or should I?
I'm all set. I'm all set. Thank you.
Barbara?
Yeah, personally, I think this is a great idea. We don't have enough areas, businesses, locations in town to be able to have that kind of a function as well as have food and drink and maybe even entertainment available. So let me just say that I support this. Now, about that back road, I've lived here I don't know how many years, and I didn't know that was a road. I thought it was a driveway for the business, just leading around to the back side, because I've never seen cars go through there except for SJ's. So that could just be me not paying attention to the traffic around there, but I go to a lot of those stores frequently, and I don't see anyone going through there using that as a road. If that's a road, boy, it needs some work. Anyways, but I personally don't have a problem with that, and I think this is a very needed venue.
Thank you, Barbara. I've seen cars go through there, but I'm not convinced it's a road. Does anybody have any confirmation that it is or isn't a road? I thought it was parking
It
lot.
is. It's a private driveway.
It's a private road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, with that in mind. So,
I'm not cutting off any road.
so absolutely, if it's a private driveway, unless it's part of a access plan or something that we required at some point. Anyway, I think for a few special events for a year, during the year, it's certainly a workable plan. Other comments or questions? Maureen?
I love the idea too. I think you should have events all the time, not just 12 times a year. How many people are you thinking about maximum?
So we did a calc that said how many people per square foot would you need And it came out to like 6 people per square feet that you would need. So it was like, we said 250 guests. We were just trying to guess on how many people would stand around there. It's probably 100 to 125. But again, we're trying to be a little on the higher side so that we accommodate everything as we go there and make sure we have the square footage. Again, we have 9,300 square feet. So it's 6 square feet. It's about 1,500 square feet we would need for those people. So we didn't want it, packed in that. So we're about 250 is what we're saying. 50 people could show up, 250 could show up.
No,
See how
yeah.
the first one goes.
So these are just thoughts that I had. Also parking across the street over, I don't know if you can, over at where we sell the Christmas trees.
Oh, yeah, that's
What's
good.
it
Yeah.
called?
The park.
Was,
Yeah,
no,
you
wasn't
can't
it?
park there. Or maybe even building like an addition up top and building an event room. I don't know if you thought of that, but we need something here in Merrimack. So,
He's got other plans.
and you had other plans, all right. But I think that's a great idea. I do drive down that road all the time, and I do, even though it has potholes and
It was
everything.
bad tonight.
A lot of potholes there. That's what
yeah.
she was talking about. Yeah.
But yeah, okay, so I think that's a great idea. So another thought too, just a thought, could you have it, and I don't know if you could, especially if there's going to be alcohol, but could you have it in the Merrimack, the school district parking lot? I don't know if you could have that. That might be a little
Liquor
but
license get a little strict
yeah,
on that.
but just thoughts, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think having a place that's fully set up for events rather than kind of pop up for events and come and go would be nicer to do it like this.
Perfect.
Matt, what is the situation with how food or beverage is going to be served in this area?
So it's going to be through the restaurant. We originally were talking about food trucks, which I asked him why you run a restaurant that everybody loves. So he's like, well, I just thought it'd be easier. So no. So we've gotten rid of food trucks. It's going to be his restaurant serving food. Inside the restaurant, I assume you'd have outside.
Yeah, barbecue outside, hopefully, we have a smoker now that people seem to really like that product. So things like that.
We had shown 2 tents, 1 tent for music, 1 tent for those types of things. I mean, all
Okay.
different types of, food display, that kind of stuff there.
And music is generally just acoustic too. Yeah, we don't do bands. Bands is too loud. You can't control them. We're acoustic.
Yeah. And also, if you're going there and you want to talk to your friends
Yeah,
next to a
that's our
amplified band,
speed.
that can be tough. Although, a little heavy metal once in a while would be okay. So does that affect your license for liquor to have I guess a bar or something outside that people could order from, or?
So with COVID happening, the state liquor commission substantially reduced the restrictions on restaurants to be able to serve outside. So he should still be all set on that. I know. I mean, it's not my business, but I know that that's what you were allowed to do
Yeah.
for a broader thing during COVID, and they have not pulled those restrictions back.
Okay. I know our own fire department is involved in your discussions because that's how this all
Yes.
started.
Yep.
So if they're happy, I'm happy with that piece of it. So you've submitted this for a waiver of full site plan review.
Yes.
What actions can we take tonight, and what do we need to continue for next time?
So it seems like to me the biggest thing is to come up with something for noise, whether or not it's the bands or music or hours and that kind of stuff. So that's all I really had that I had comments on. If you guys want to continue us, I'd love it to be the February 21st so I can wrap them together. If you don't think it's necessary and we can deal with noise stuff with Robert, that's your call.
Okay. Robert, I think there was some other things we were working on too that we're waiting on, or was there?
The letter of approval from the school district, but that can happen as a condition of approval too. It doesn't necessarily have to happen before your approval. So
Are you comfortable if we defer to you on the noise and music kind of thing, or do you want us to?
I
handle
think
as a board?
that I would rather have the board decide on,
Okay.
because noise is subjective to anybody, and what could be acceptable to me may not be acceptable to you. So I'd rather have that one done by the board.
Okay. So that would give us a reason to come back in February just to understand more about what the plan is for that stuff. Robert, is any reason why we would accept it or grant the waiver of full site plan review tonight, or just continue the whole thing for February?
There's no reason you can't at least accept the application, and you can grant the waiver of full site plan, but yeah, just defer action on the.
Okay.
I would prefer that, Robert, just because we gave a presentation and somebody can make a motion change on me in the next 30 days and you guys are counsel. So.
I got you. Nelson, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, one thing we didn't discuss in any depth was the signage in the back. Is all of that part of this approval, the signage and the storage bins, whatever that have been painted up? I understand that they're, right now.
So yeah, this as signs, they've received the relief from the ZBA to be there. Because of the fact that they're on storage containers, that's getting dealt with as a part of this site plan. So ultimately, because of the location within the setback, they either are going to have to be relocated or go back to the ZBA to get the relief for where they're presently situated.
Yeah, the signs are separate from your site plan. Obviously, when people submit the packages afterwards,
Yeah,
so
but
we're kind of in the between.
But the storage containers
I know.
aren't. So you've got a storage container that's encroached into the wetlands.
Understand,
Yeah,
I was told 6 months ago the storage containers were signs. That's why I had to go get the variances. As of, I got this memo last week, now they're structures and I got to get another variance. So we've kind of gone back and forth.
It's a structure with a
They're in
sign on it.
between and it's interesting, but yes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth, and staff, I apologize and appreciate your patience, Mr. Torres, with all of this, because we've been kind of
You guys
working
have been
through all
great. You
this.
guys have been very nice, however you've come across.
As annoying and irritating as I'm sure we've been throughout this by calling things out every single time you come through the door, you've been great about working through it with us at least. So
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you for the recognizing the staff's effort. I think that's also worth a comment a little bit. This is a little unusual because you got your storage containers there, and we're doing a little bit of a retrospective approval for that, and we do that often enough. Whatever it is, what it is, but because it's retrospective, we could look at them today and say they do look nice. They're well done. It is part of the landscaping, and it's not objectionable. But if I didn't see them out there in the field and I was just looking at them on a plan, I'd be all over this. I'd be like, no, that's terrible. Don't do it. And because you are doing it after the fact, you gave us a different perspective and it's easier for me to support it. So I don't mean to say that to encourage everybody to do things after the fact, but
It was also during COVID where offices were closed. Everything was so hard to get anything done, you know.
in this circumstance, it played to your favor. But anyway, so board members, first we got to decide if it's complete. What's the will of the board? The application is complete.
Move to accept the application as complete.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Okay, the applicants asked for a waiver of full site plan review, and suggesting that the information provided is sufficient for us. It kind of goes hand in hand with that decision we just made that the application is complete. But is there a motion to waive full site plan review?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second by Maureen. Discussion. The only discussion that I would offer is that the waiver of full site plan review certainly doesn't change what we're discussing on parking and music and all those kinds of things, which we want to have a further discussion on. But other than that, I certainly support the idea of waiving full site plan review. Anybody else with comments? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600 to waive full site plan review. Are there any abutters or citizens who wish to weigh in on the application? Going once, twice, 3 times? Nobody wants to weigh in? Okay, board members, the last step would be to continue it to our February 21st meeting with no further notice to abutters.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to continue to February 21st. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
both
you
of
very
you.
much.
And we will see you next month. I don't know. You sticking around for some more? All right, good. Item 7 on our agenda is Starton Realty LLC as the applicant and owner. Continued review for acceptance and consideration of final approval for a site plan for the addition of a gas station, convenience store, and drive-through coffee shop at the site of an existing car wash. The parcel is located at 376 DW Highway in the C2 General Commercial, Aquifer Conservation, and Elderly Housing Overlay Districts. Tax map 4D3, Lot 2, Case Planning Board 2022-40, and it's continued from our November 15th and December 20th, 2022 Planning Board meetings. Robert, is there anything that we need to know before we hear from the applicant?
Yes, so to summarize a history on this one, this is again the first time this applicant has physically appeared before you. In the time that they've submitted the application to us, they've obtained a special exception from the ZBA for the proposed gasoline station use. They have submitted site plans to the town that have been reviewed by the town's engineering consultant, Fuss and O'Neill, and comments have been sent back. Staff has also performed an initial review, provided initial feedback to which the applicant has also responded. So the plans that are before you are the revised set of plans that are designed to address at least some staff comments and Fuss and O'Neill commentary that's been received so far. Staff, a couple of quick comments. We've noted that there is some landscaping that's proposed adjacent to Daniel Webster Highway on the plan. The applicant has not really provided much information as to what they are going to provide there. However, they have requested a waiver from providing landscaping information. So that's going to be up to the board as to how they feel about that. Another comment is that the applicant is showing a proposed sidewalk. However, it is on their property. DPW has commented that they would prefer it to be within the right of way. So that's a conversation the board should also have with the applicant. Overall, the applicant has 4 waivers. One being the landscaping waiver I've mentioned before. 2 is a requirement to identify wetlands on site. 3, providing, again, one is for the providing a landscaping plan at all. 2 would be the percentage of landscaping in the parking lot. So there's 2 landscaping waivers there. 3 would be the requirement to identify existing wetlands on the site. 4 being providing a building elevation. So some of these are acceptance items. So the board would have to go through this process to see whether or not they would support all of those waivers. Because if they don't, then the board could not accept the plan as complete. And with that, I would be willing to turn it over.
Thank you, Robert. Please introduce yourself and tell us about the project.
Yes, my name is David Frothingham from Wilcox and Barton. I am the civil engineer for the project representing Starton Realty this evening. The owner could not be here this evening. So as Robert would like me to put a plan up.
Yeah, please. However you want to present your information.
So this is the Patriots Car Wash on Daniel Webster Highway. Currently exists as just a car wash with 2 detailing bays in this area over here. And then in the center of the site, there's a parking lot and some vacuum systems. The owner is proposing to demolish the 2 detailing bays in this area here and construct a drive-through coffee shop. This would be drive-through only. There'd be no seating inside. So there's only a few employees in the coffee shop. So parking requirements for that are minimum. In the existing car wash here, there's a office, bathroom, and a small shop that sells air fresheners, windshield wipers, stuff like that. He's proposing to expand that area to make it a small convenience store, smell drinks and chips, but it's not a large space. 450 square feet or so total once the addition is constructed. Then in the center of the site, is proposing to demolish the vacuum systems and install a 3 dispenser gas station with a canopy, concrete fueling pad. In this area here, behind it would be the 2 fuel storage tanks, a small landscaping island in the front. And then around behind the building, there'd be 2 queue lines, one for the car wash here, and another one for the drive-throughs, or on this side. The drive-through is proposed with 2 windows, ordering in this location here, and then pick up here. The car wash is a full service car wash, and then there's no automatic payment. The attendant comes out, takes your order, takes payment, So there is no order board associated with that. It's beyond a sign on the back side of the building in this location here. So we are proposing a door here with a walkout for the attendant to access customers. There are 2 parking areas proposed, one here along the car wash, with the entrance into the convenience store being in this location here, doubling into the handicap aisle for the ADA space. That area is widened due to that doorway being there. And then 2 vacuum units over in this area here, with parking along this side in the same area that there's parking now. The site is proposed to be served through the existing curb cut, but adjusted slightly. It basically made wider to provide access for fuel transport vehicles, but it is a single in through here, with truck access moving around the site in this direction, and then a widened exit that provides a left and a right turn out onto Daniel Webster Highway. We did have a traffic study completed for this project. Recommendations for that traffic study were that the road be widened in this area and a turn lane, basically connecting the existing turn lane that's south of this project with the existing turn lane that's north of this project. So there'd be existing, that would be continued through this area. I remember from the comments from Foster O'Neill, they accept the conclusions of this study. It does require the widening of the road slightly through this area to provide a small shoulder. The right-of-way in this area is quite narrow. So it kind of leads into the sidewalk and why we placed it where we did. With the widening of the road, there isn't enough space between the new edge of pavement and the property line to fit it in there. Further, there's some utility poles through there, which would encroach on the sidewalk. And there is a sidewalk that comes up to the site from the adjacent parcel that ends at about the property line. So we basically continued that through. And then being on the property, it also gives a landing between the 2 driveways, so pedestrians don't have to cross the whole width in one time. You can get part way depending on how the traffic flow is going. This is also in an area the town already has an easement for a sewer, so it's not further encroaching on our property to grant an easement to the town for a sidewalk in this area. Anything else that made it cover? So me to just address the waivers, or that's kind of a broad overview of what we're looking to do.
Sure. So the first step is for the board to have enough comfort that we've got enough information to consider the application complete. And sometimes that bleeds over into discussion about general items on your application. But
Okay.
let's open up the floor. And board members, do you have discussion or questions about what you have before you?
As I say, before the completeness would kind of be the discussion of the waivers, because if you accept it as complete but then deny the waivers, then we have an issue.
Understood. So this does go hand in hand with the waivers, where there's waivers related to landscaping and other items on the plan. General discussion or questions about the proposal itself before we get into complete and waivers and that sort of thing. Anybody have any?
Yeah, my first question is, has Fire looked at this yet? Because I see a lot of cars crisscrossing each other, going up and down. I've actually stood in this parking lot because I don't believe you have enough room here. And I still don't think you have enough room here. Because if you look to where they're putting in the gas tanks, you got cars in 2 directions, you got parking, and now you got vacuum over there. And that's all before you've even hit the mess going around the building for traffic. Then on the next lane, in between where the shop is and the existing building, you've got another 2-way traffic pattern going on. And I'm not even sure where the traffic heading west ends up in, because by then you may have cars already circling through the building. So has fire looked at this yet? Because I don't see how you're going to get a fire truck in there.
Robert.
Informally. Fire has been short-staffed for the past month or so. However, they're back now. I do not have a written letter from them yet. However, they have relayed concerns verbally about being able to circulate the site.
Thank you for that. Barbara, do you have other comments or questions?
Those are my main concerns, other than I like a little more detail about the landscaping, because this has the potential to look, I don't know, very busy. Some of your controls for traffic flow may come from landscaping. It seemed a little vague to me within the plans, so I'd like to see that. I still can't tell where you're putting the sidewalk, but that's okay. I'm sure I'll figure that out as I go along.
The sidewalk is right along the property line, right across the
Okay.
front.
Okay, so now we have traffic going in, traffic coming out, and people crossing. And I guess the traffic study said you need to widen the road and do a turn lane.
Correct.
Is that in your plan as well?
It is shown on the plan, yes.
Okay.
Yep, there's
Has the town approved that?
north-south. The town's review engineer
Mm-hmm.
concurred with the study.
Okay.
Other comments or questions? Nelson, do you have some?
Well, I 100% agree with the landscaping. I couldn't find any of it on here. The traffic analysis we haven't seen, or the board hasn't seen. But has Fuss and O'Neill reviewed this, and who's reviewed the traffic analysis?
Yeah, Fuss and O'Neill did review the traffic analysis, and they did concur with the findings.
They did.
Yes.
Okay.
Which the findings are that a turning lane's necessary
Yes.
and DW Highway has to be expanded a little.
Okay, it was hard for me to figure out where the turning lanes were in this plan, but it's a very busy little plan. There's a lot going on here.
Can you
Uh,
zoom in, or is there another sheet that we should look at that helps us understand the configuration of
I can-
DW Highway that's
I
proposed?
can zoom in. So this is the Daniel Webster Highway in front of the building, and this striping pattern extends in both directions to the driveways for the next developments either side of it. So you have a southbound lane here.
Uh-huh,
You
Yeah.
have a turning lane in the center,
okay,
which is delineated with a solid stripe and dash stripes on the insides,
uh-huh,
and then the northbound lane right through here.
yeah.
Um,
That's post construction, or
that's post construction. Yep.
what exists there today?
Yes,
A northbound and a southbound lane.
Are the edge is that apparent on one of the plans where we could see where those lines,
Yes.
the end of the pavement is?
So on this drawing here, you have the northbound lane right through here.
Yeah.
And then you have the southbound lane coming through here. And this is where the lanes start to widen for the next development to the north, because they have an out-only drive just
Okay.
north of the project parcel. And then just beyond that, they have a left turn lane going into their site. So this basically takes their left turn lane and extends it and connects it with the right turn lane into the mall to the south.
Okay, I understand.
And the edge of pavement on the east side is held, and then we push towards our site on the west side. There's a steep embankment and a water line on the east side that prevents moving the pavement.
so there's
further
no
that way.
movement of pavement on the east side,
There's no movement of pavement on the east side. We held that and then worked our way
But-
west towards the site.
but on the west side there is.
Yeah, we expanded it by about 4 feet.
Yeah, now, that affects your neighbors, right? Does, or
Uh,
is it all in public right away?
It's all within the public right of way, correct?
But it still affects them,
It
so,
it widens the pavement at their driveway.
yeah.
Let me go back to the previous sheet. Wrong way. right here, it widens the pavement by about a foot.
Okay. And there's a sidewalk on that side too,
The sidewalk ends at our property line.
there's none on the.
There's no side, there's a sidewalk on the south parcel that
Uh-huh,
accesses that building there, but
Yeah.
it doesn't continue along the road,
okay.
and there's no sidewalk to the north.
Is that the Skyline?
Yeah, the Skyline Mall to the, yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
have
there's no sidewalks on parcels for quite a distance either way,
Yeah.
yet.
Well, Merrimack 360 has sidewalks, so it goes up by
Yeah.
the buildings. Anyway, other comments or questions? So my own comment or question is there's certainly an awful lot built onto this very intense plan for the parcel, and I'm not yet persuaded that it makes sense to put this much stuff on a parcel. If I went, if this was built and I went there and I parked by the parking spaces by the vacuum area, and I wanted to go into the store, I don't have a pedestrian way or a crosswalk or anything that tells me how to get there. And I think if you added a pedestrian or a crosswalk or something there, it would add one more element to a really already complicated situation. But what would be the ideal way that a pedestrian would cross to go to the building from those
So
parking spaces?
really the intent is that these parking spaces are for the employees. The convenience store is quite small. So it's really more intended around people who are already here for fuel. Because people who are using the car wash here aren't getting out. People who are using the coffee shop aren't getting out of their vehicles because those both are drive-through. So if you're parked here and you want to go into the convenience store, you do need to walk across the site.
Okay. Is there any indication of where you want the pedestrians to go, or they just got to kind of figure it out on their own?
There is no indication at this point, but we can develop a pedestrian plan. But we do have two-way travel, although really the majority of travel is going to move in a counterclockwise around this site because it's just the way the driveways are set up.
Yeah, I get that, but so that two-way traffic in front of the vacuums again. If I'm coming towards Daniel Webster Highway down there,
Yep.
and I'm going to leave the site,
You need to
I get
pass
to the
through
end,
here.
I got to cross over
Yep.
there through, I guess, some conflicting traffic because if the people are coming out of the drive-through or the car wash, wherever they're heading, maybe they're leaving directly, maybe they're going back to the site to vacuum or something else. That's what I would do after I wash my car, is go get it vacuumed out. I see a lot of movements here that I think are just going to be really difficult for people to either manage in their car or on foot to get around the site, just because there's so much here.
I mean, vehicle-wise, all the aisles are 24 feet wide, so they're more than wide enough for two-way traffic. And then there's plenty of space in the back to make this movement around in either direction because you can drive over the top of the tanks.
So your inbound driveway road is 20 feet. Or at
Correct,
least that's
because
what
it's
it
in
was.
only.
Yeah, but that's about as wide as it
Yeah,
is.
these aisles up here are
We'll see if you're
24
there.
feet. This is 24 feet. This is slightly over 24 feet, and then this is more like 40 feet.
Yeah. But when those cars are stacked to go through the car wash or to the coffee shop, that sort of starts to restrict.
Yeah, but there's still this space here on top of the tanks that cars can go in both directions and be unaffected by the queues.
Well, if the queues stop where you show in your
That-
plan,
And those are the queues that the studies show we need and are reflected in the zoning rules.
I don't know which brand of coffee shop you have in mind, but there's certainly some around here that do very, very well and queue up far, far more cars in their drive-through than that.
Yep.
And on a much bigger and less crowded site, start to interfere with road traffic. I certainly would have that concern here that you know, if people wanted to get in, I don't know if it's a Dunkin' Donuts or something like that.
I don't know what the owner is proposing
Or-
as a brand.
Yeah, wouldn't propose to guess either, but if it's a popular one, there could be a lot of people that want to get in there in the morning to get a cup of coffee. And I guess if you wanted to get gas and coffee and heaven forbid a car wash, you keep going around and around the site. Anyway, that's my initial comment is this seems to me to be too much development. And if we start to talk about the waivers and say, no, we want to have our landscape and we want to have, you know, these other things delineated, that's going to be even more restraints on what you can put in here. And on some level, it's just a lot. Barb?
Yeah, a question for you so that I'm sure what I'm looking at. So the traffic that is going behind the back of the lot to the coffee shop, when they're driving out of there, are they driving through the setback?
Yes.
And so for the cars that may be parking on the north side of the lot,
Over here.
are
Yep.
they parking in the setback?
Yes.
So,
And that mimics the existing condition.
Driveways are
That's
okay in the
allowed.
setbacks, there's no
Right.
structures and buildings, but
okay, I was, is that allowed in the setback?
Yes, it is.
yeah, it is as long as there's no buildings or structures and that.
Even the vacuum?
Oh, I don't know. Robert, is the vacuum considered a structure?
I don't know. Have not had to come across that one before. Haven't given it any thought. It may end up becoming that because it might require permitting and whatnot. I'd have to look into it. I can't say one way or the other right now.
I think we said an ATM was a structure. didn't
Yes,
we, in
the
another
ATM was
site?
considered one. Yes.
Well, certainly we can tackle that question a little bit later. I think as the coffee shop cars come around the building and then they encounter the car wash cars coming out of the building and then the two of them proceed, 30 feet further and they've got two-way traffic entering and exiting the site and getting to gas stations and stuff like that. That seems to me to be one where there'll be a fair amount of horn blowing go on there. I'm sure things look different when they're built, but looking at the plan as a potential customer, I would drive right past. Just because this would be very busy and crowded and conflicted and all of that. Maureen, did you raise your hand?
Unless it wasn't busy, then I'd be in there, right? Because you get everything done.
That's true. Put an ATM in there, you get the banking done
yeah.
too at the same time.
I do have concerns about, I guess, the convenience store. I think because of the limited parking, but I don't see, is there a place that you would put snow? Do you have any place there?
We do have some space in this back corner. It is limited on this site. Snow would have to be removed.
How big is the convenience store?
I believe it's a 250 square foot addition. Oh, sorry, 470 square addition.
470 square feet addition.
Something like 700 square feet total. It's very small.
I don't know what the applicant's final intentions will be, but it strikes me as being similar to, the little tiny stores you see that sell cigarettes, beer, and lottery tickets. And in terms of being a nice addition to the community, consistent with planning goals, that's about the least attractive and desirable configuration for a convenience store. To be one that's sort of catered on that lowest common denominator. And I honestly, I don't know whether the applicant's going to sell any of those things, but that's what it looks like in terms of those very tiny little alcoves that are built into, gas stations in different really compact spaces. I don't know. Jamie, did you have a thought?
So, yeah, just we've heard. I'm very concerned about the two-way traffic especially when you're coming in and then that you can make a left and then that's very tight where cars are coming out from a car wash, from the, from the coffee shop. And then if they potentially have the opportunity to also swing around, then to go to the convenience store or get gas afterwards, I think that pulling in there, that two-way traffic kind of scares me. I think I would be more apt if it was a one-way and it was directed in a certain way. I just feel that there's a lot of conflict and then going in and around.
If it were one way, it would be in a counterclockwise direction throughout the sites. Everything moved in the same direction. It's something,
Yeah,
it's something
yeah,
we
you're
can
right.
look at.
And that's, and that would to be.
But it
to me
doesn't,
more
it doesn't
like-
change the aisle widths because I still need 24 feet to get in and out of
Right.
parking spaces.
And I was wondering too, so in the back where you have the two queue lanes, is that the existing pavement there? Or are you going to be expanding at all any of the pavement back there? Because I know that there's trees and like
That's
greenery
no,
back there.
there's we have a hard stop at the back of the site. There's an existing retaining wall there. So
Okay.
we're staying within the existing limits of the pavement on the west side, on the east side. The biggest expansion is the lane around the building for the drive-through on the south side.
Okay. It's good to hear that you're not going any further out back, because with respect to a waiver of delineating wetlands, that would be the direction I'd be concerned about, whether
Yeah,
there are wetlands.
it goes up at, there's a vertical wall
real
and then there's a
vertical
steep
wall.
slope. I mean, this site is already disturbed, mowed, and paved.
Betcha.
And same with the adjacent sites. There are no wetlands possible on this site.
So let's move the discussion ahead a little bit. Board members, we're at a point where we would consider whether the application is complete, and that corresponds with the potential for us to look favorably upon granting the waivers that are requested. One of which is related to delineating wetlands, two are related to either showing or having landscaping, and the fourth one is
Building elevation.
the building elevations, showing what the building's going to look like. And so if you are inclined not to grant such waivers, then you should not support the application being complete. If you are in favor of granting or considering such waivers, you would potentially support the application being complete. Discussion? What's the, Brian?
So I'm not in theory opposed to what you guys have here, as long as you can work out the kinks. My thought would just be trying to make it look a little nicer. To Bob's point about, having almost like to-go convenience store. If it looks like a national brand, a Shell, a Exxon, or what have you, in terms of polish, and less like what's the gas station with that New City Gas?
I don't know, but let's not pick on any business.
Yeah.
And there's no contracts because the gas
Sure.
station is, if it's owned by Thornton Realty,
Sure.
and then it's licensed to whomever, and they supply the fuel,
No, I
depending on how the
understand.
leases work.
So that would be my 2 cents of, obviously the 360 has revitalized that center. They've put a lot of, time and money into it, and the Skyline Mall, they're trying. So, it would be nice to make this look nice.
No business owner wants them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm with you.
Barbara?
Yeah, my concern is we don't have fire yet weighing in on this, and there may be a design change. So I'm not ready to approve something as an application being complete, knowing that if I can see that there are issues, I think they're going to see that there are issues. So we don't know what really we're approving, do we?
Well, we're only finding it complete, but you're correct that we're there could be some feedback from the fire department that changes it, or perhaps the applicant would hear our comments here tonight and make some changes to the way the traffic patterns lay out, and that sort of thing as well. And it could certainly change the plan. Nelson?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my My objection is the absence of any kind of landscaping plan or any kind of a plan that makes this look nicer from the road.
Yep.
And I think it's incomplete in that regard.
That is an opinion that I share. It also suggests that you and I would not support the waivers that are requested for the landscaping as well,
Yes.
which would make it incomplete.
Yeah.
I think I certainly want to see the landscaping and I want to see the building elevations. I have a lot of concern that this has potential to be a challenging site to work with. I don't want to, sort of prejudge what people may be able to engineer or design. It looks like it's too much on one site, and it looks like it may be challenging to make it look like it fits in the neighborhood and it fits with what we'd like to see on Daniel Webster Highway. The only way to get the answer to what does it look like and where's the landscaping is to say, we can't grant those waivers, we need to see it on the plan. If that's the
Your
will of the
prerogative.
board, then somebody should make a motion to that effect. If it's not, then somebody make a different motion.
Can I just ask a
Yes,
quick
please.
question before we start? So there were two separate landscaping waivers. One was from the landscaping plan, but the others was from the internal island requirement. And then there was the wetland one. So I'm wondering if you can
Okay.
not approve certain waivers and approve other ones, so we're going in the right direction.
Yeah, this is this weird dance that we do with completeness versus waivers. We're first deciding whether it's complete, and that could have implications on whether we would grant waivers. If we need to see a landscape plan, then we would have to say it's not complete as an application because it doesn't have a landscape plan in it.
Right, but you could still grant us
could
the
still
waiver on,
potentially grant the other
on
waiver.
the internal islands and the wetlands.
The board can't vote on the waivers. Excuse me. The board can't vote on the waivers until they
Oh,
determine
okay.
acceptance of the plan. And
Some towns they do the waivers first and then after complete.
acceptance has to happen before anything, right? So, and the problem is with the landscaping being and the elevations are general acceptance items. Their general feedback of not being comfortable
I
with
just-
accepting it.
Yeah. So, but I think we can give the applicant at least sort of a straw poll or something like that to give them a sense of things. And on the delineation of wetlands, I would be comfortable proceeding with a waiver for that. I would not support either of the landscape waivers with what we know now. And what was the fourth one? That was the landscape island.
The
That was one of them.
islands in the parking area.
Oh, I'm sorry, the building elevations. Thank you, Colleen. I would definitely want to see building elevations on this. And
So on the island part, I mean, this is a developed site. There's a small island in the middle that we're removing, but we're replacing it with an island right out front that will screen, once we have a landscaping plan, the fueling stations and the cars there. But, we're asking for a couple 100-square-foot waiver of the requirement for that. I think
Yeah.
that's reasonable in a developed site.
I understand. The applicant is certainly doing a tremendous amount of new development on this site. And to the extent that we're inclined to give the applicant all he wants, perhaps it's okay if the board gets what it wants, which is landscaping.
Okay.
So that it looks nice. Barbara?
Also, I'm reluctant because, again, depending on what modifications might be needed to get buy-off from the fire department, you may need to use that
Yeah,
as...
we haven't seen that.
Yeah, you
No,
may
we
need
haven't.
use that space for them.
Yeah, well, and the islands it's a function of the number of parking spaces.
Right.
Yep.
So,
I would encourage the applicant to consider ways to modestly downsize things a bit. I think, if you had 2 fuel pumps instead of 3, that island would be a lot smaller. If you did one-way traffic around the site, counterclockwise around the fuel island, that would resolve some of the turning conflicts and things that are laid out there. I think that the vacuums are in a tough spot, but I understand there's no way to have a car wash without vacuums, so they got to be somewhere.
And we'll work with staff to figure out if that's a,
Whether
issue
it's
in
a
the
structure
setback.
or not, I mean, I'm not troubled by it being a potential structure in that setback or something like that, but, although maybe it would need a variance, but, I am more concerned about the pattern for traffic and how things are gonna flow around the site, and it wouldn't, I wouldn't hate it if there weren't any vacuums, but I know you gotta have some because it's a car wash. They have a great solution for you there. But to do less on this site, tone it down, 15%, you probably will have a whole lot more movement space and a site that looks like it wouldn't frighten pedestrians away. That's my 2 cents, and I don't know that I'm only one vote. Other people may think more generously. With that in mind, board members, we wouldn't necessarily have to vote that it's incomplete. We would just have to not just continue it for next time.
Let's do that.
Would you like to? Do you know when you would like to come back?
I don't, because I don't know how long it'll take to get building renderings done.
So we're going to have a meeting on the 21st no matter what, and it's got a full agenda. So if you can't make the 21st and you wanted a continuance, that's an easy one for us to give you another 30 days after that, if that's what you want.
Let's go for the 21st, but we will likely request a continuance to the one after that. But I need to confer with the owner before I can.
That sounds good. I mean, if you want to go directly for March, that's fine too. February
Let's-
21st, pretty full.
Yeah, let's go for February, but we will likely continue
Okay.
to the March.
Yeah,
But
there won't be
again,
any burden for
I
us.
can't speak for them on how long it'll take to get a rendering for the building.
Okay. So would someone make a motion to continue both the completeness and the consideration of the application till February 21st with no further notice to abutters?
I'll make a motion.
Jamie?
Second.
Nelson? I look that way. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Thank you very much. And
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for taking our abuse a little bit. Okay. Item 8 on our agenda is 526 DW Highway LLC as the applicant and owner. Consideration of an amendment to a previously approved site plan requesting the removal of parking space wheel stops as currently required by the approved plan. The parcel is located at 526 DW Highway in the C2 General Commercial, Aquifer Conservation, and Elderly Housing Overlay Districts and Wellhead Protection Area. It's tax map 5D2, Lot 1, Planning Board 2023-1. Robert, is there anything that we need to know before we hear from the applicant?
Just quickly, to summarize the request, Vault Motor Storage has recently completed their new building addition that they put on. They were issued a certificate of occupancy last year, pending the completion of all of the improvements shown on the plan, which in this case, all that was left was wheel stops that were shown on the approved plan. The applicant has requested to not install those, so is coming before the board to get the plan amended to have those taken off.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Mitchell, it's good to see you again.
Hi, my name is Eric Mitchell. I'm here to present this request for the Charlie Morgan, the owner of 526 DW LLC. As Robert indicated, there is the certificate of occupancy was granted last summer, as well as the conditions of approval from the original plan were all submitted. The one thing that needed to be done was the installation of the curb stops, and we are requesting that the curb stops be eliminated that were shown on the plan. The staff has reviewed it. We have a letter from Public Works, and I believe there's a letter from the Planning Department. They're not required by code or by the regulations, so that we're requesting that it just be a change to the plan, so they're not required. And it's pretty much as simple as that.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Questions by members of the board? Nelson?
We're talking about 9 wheel stops now.
Yes.
Why are you requesting that? It looks to me like they provide a safety feature for pedestrians on the sidewalk.
Well, the sidewalk itself is about 15 feet away, and between the edge of the pavement and there's a infiltration trench and ditch, and then a landscape buffer there too, all within that 15 feet. So to have those, the cars are not, it's not like the pavement's going up to the edge of the sidewalk. And the actual curb stops, in the wintertime, they pose a problem for plowing of snow in that. And because we do have a buffer of 15 feet, which is landscaped and also has some drainage in it between the edge of pavement and the sidewalk, the applicant prefers not to put them in.
Other comments or questions? My own comment is I think the applicant's proposal is reasonable. When you sort of go out to the site, you never sort of look at it and say, boy, that's really missing from here, that I would worry about walking on the sidewalk or something because of a lack of wheel stops. I didn't feel strongly about him the first time we considered him. I'm not sure how I voted for it, or whether I voted for it, but I certainly would grant this applicant the relief that he's looking for in this condition, in this circumstance. That's my 2 cents. If other people agree, disagree, or otherwise. We do not have to find the application complete because it's an amendment. All you have to do is vote yes or no. I'm sure we could ask if there's any opinion by abutters or citizens, if you want to do that. Are there any abutters or citizens who wish to weigh in? If not, board members, what say you?
I'd
Nelson?
move to grant the waiver.
Nelson moves to grant the waivers, or second?
Second.
Motion in the second to grant the waiver, to grant the amendment to the previously approved site plan. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell and board members. We are up to number 9 of a really long agenda. UDM Group LLC is the applicant and owner. Consideration of an amendment to an approved site plan to waive the requirement of section 601C of the site plan regulations, which requires all on-site improvements to be completed prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, to allow for final paving improvements to be bonded instead of completed prior to issuance of the CO. The parcel is located at 105 Daniel Webster Highway in the I-1 Industrial and Aquifer Conservation District, Tax Map 2D, Lot 21-1, Case Planning Board 2023-2. Robert, is there anything that we need to know before we hear from the applicant?
Another simple request. This is for the former DCU site down at the southern end of Daniel Webster Highway. Applicant is underway with their construction of their new and used automotive repair facility, conversion of that site. Given the time of year, they're looking to bond the paving improvements until the springtime so they can, in theory, obtain a certificate of occupancy before the weather conditions would allow for paving to be applied on the site.
Okay, so what does that mean till bonded until what, June or something?
Yeah, so staff has recommended a condition, should the board choose to approve the waiver, that the paving be done by June 30th of next year.
Of
Or, sorry,
2023?
of 2023. Yeah, we're already in this year.
June 30th of 2023. Okay. Please introduce yourself and tell us anything you want us to know from the applicant's viewpoint.
Thank you, guys. I'm Pete Madsen, project engineer at Keach Nordstrom Associates in Bedford, and I'm representing the owner applicant, the UDM Group. Robert, you summed it up pretty well. The applicant is just requesting a waiver for the on-site improvements. They're seeking to provide a performance surety for the wearing course of pavement in order to obtain a CO. And I'll tell you, I went out there earlier today, took a look at the site. It's in great shape. I think North Point has done a very good job with the construction. The curbing's been installed. I'd say 90% of the site work's been done. The stormwater pond's in. The drip edge system on the side of the building's done. The pavement markings are actually in as well, so those will obviously be reinstalled once the wearing course is installed prior to June. But the site's in a good spot, so I'd like to open it up for any questions.
You said wearing course, so the base course is down and you just need the wearing course?
Correct.
Okay. Comments, questions?
Question.
Nelson?
Is there a septic on this site?
That is a good question. Yes, there is. Let's see if I can find it here.
I think it's towards the front, if I recall.
Yeah, I believe it's right here. Oops, in this location.
Now, how was the site originally sewered? Was there a septic there previously?
I'm not sure, but I can take a look at the XCOM.
I can answer
I
that one.
believe
It's,
yes.
it's been septic forever.
Okay.
And yes, it's 500 feet from the septic plant, but it doesn't serve this area.
Okay, I didn't remember if we had approved it that way or not. Yeah,
Yeah. Our whole town septic is literally 500 feet away, not septic, sewer system. But it's all very high pressure at this location and you just can't tap into it. So,
okay, thank you.
did I get that right?
Close enough.
He's the expert on it.
To me, I think, I obviously we always want people to get their projects done before they get their CO, but in this case, obviously, I don't think there's any reason to keep them from opening their business with wearing course in the parking lot instead of the top course. There's nothing they could do if we told them to pave it, except for shut down and wait till April or something, or May or whatever. So I don't see any point in doing that. Robert, what's the process for determining the amount of the bond?
So the applicant has to submit an itemized list of the improvements that were outstanding and have that reviewed and approved by the town, and then they would provide us some sort of surety in that amount to hold until the work gets completed.
Doesn't the planning board approve those bonds, or does somebody else in town?
You're thinking of public improvements. With stuff like this, it's Public Works who generally reviews that.
Okay, and as long as they're happy, we're happy?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the process for calling the bond if the paving isn't done in June?
I do not know. I've never been involved in that process, but I'm sure we could figure that out
Okay.
if we needed to.
I just was curious of whether it's a particular department's decision or whether the town council has to do it or the planning board has to do it
Question.
or whatever. Nelson?
No, I say that's a good question. I agree with you.
Okay. I assume if it's the Public Works that sets the amount of the bond, that's usually the same entity that decides when they want to call it and proceed with it. Although I would think that, people are going to act in a reasonable way. And if your pavement is scheduled for the 10th of July, the world won't stop turning or anything like that. Waiver, this is an amendment to an existing site plan, so we don't have to accept it as complete. Are there any abutters or citizens who wish to weigh in? Didn't expect there would be. Board members, what's your thought in terms of granting this amendment or not? Is that a motion? Maureen makes a motion to grant it. Nelson seconds. Further discussion?
Just,
Robert?
I should have been doing this earlier on, but can we use the staff suggested motion language on the last page of the staff memo for
Okay.
these? Because we have, with the new law change, we have to have the board make specific findings with all of these.
Maureen read all that, didn't you hear it? I mean, that's what I heard. Just say I make the motion from the memo.
I make a motion to grant the requested partial waiver from section 6.01C of the site plan regulations, which requires all. Do you want me to do it with my microphone on?
Yeah, that'd probably be better.
Again, I make a motion to grant the requested partial waiver from section 601C of the site plan regulations, which requires all on-site improvements be completed prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy and amend the approved site plan subject to the recommendation conditions of approval presented in the staff memo dated January 11th, 2023. Should I add by June 30th?
Yeah.
But
I
is
think we
that,
should have
That's one
time.
of the conditions that's referenced that you said, subject to
In
the
the memo.
conditions. So you're all set.
Okay.
is there a second for that motion?
Yeah, I will second it, but I didn't hear why we shouldn't put a date on it.
It's already in
It's
there in
already
the
in there.
conditions of approval.
Oh, okay.
It's not in the text of the motion, but it's in the conditions of approval that are
Gotcha.
referenced in it.
I'm okay.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second properly made to grant the waiver and amendment that the applicants asked for. If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Thank you very much for your presentation and
Thank you guys for
hopefully
your time.
get that taken care of by June. Okay. Next item is Bruce and Susan Flanders as the applicant and Bruce and Susan Flanders Revocable Trust and Violet Snow as the owner. Review for acceptance and consideration of final approval for a lot line adjustment. The parcels are located at 174 and 176 Amherst Road in the R1 Residential by Map District. Tax map 4B, lot 151 and 152, case planning board 2023-3. Robert, is there anything that we need to know before we hear from Matt again?
This is just a simple, straightforward lot line adjustment between two existing house lots. Resultant lot 151, just so the board is aware, would be still not conforming to the requirements of the R1 district. However, it is becoming less non-conforming than it is presently. And given discussion with the town's legal counsel, in situations like that, no variance relief is required, despite the fact that it does not conform to the town's ordinance.
Thank you, Robert.
All right, good evening one last time here. Matt Peterson with Keach Nordstrom Associates here representing the lot line adjustment at 174 and 176 Amherst Street. The aerial is up in front of you. 174 is the house that I'm circling here. 176 is this house located here. As Robert explained, we are just looking, so currently lot 174 comes down like this, comes across to this pin and comes back up to here. It's approximately 25,650 square feet existing. What this owner is looking to do is just purchase this rectangle piece right back here from 176 on the overall parcel. This piece here is approximately 17,000 square feet. It's going to give him a total of 43,502. As Robert said, 100,000 square feet is required. However, it's a non-conforming use that's becoming more conforming. So it does not require variance on that level. And then the residual land is 182,000 square feet. It's going to go down to 165. Again, that still meets all the requirements that's out there. We have done a full survey of the property. We mapped all the wetlands. We did all the boundaries. I do not believe I was requesting any waivers. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Matt. Can you shed any light on what's accomplished by doing this? What's the sort of objective?
So here's the funny thing that I found out afterwards. So this gentleman abutting here has some stuff on her property. My understanding is that this lady, who's not my client, and this person don't get along great. This guy's the in-between moderator, and he's kind of washing it out is what I hear. So at one point he was hoping to he came to our office hoping to put a garage back here, and we went out and flagged the wetlands. Obviously there wasn't much room that he could do it. He still moved forward because he'd already paid us to do it. It's cleaning up something. It's making his property a little bit bigger. That's really it, is what I've been told for the last 6 months. And my client just flew in from Florida as I was texting him, and he said he could come down here, but he's not here right now, so.
No worries.
Which client wants the garage? I wasn't clear.
Originally 174 was hoping that he could build a barn or something in the back.
Oh.
But once we flagged the wetlands, there's really not any buildable area.
Okay,
So we'd already spent the money on the survey and that, and it's kind of resolving an issue between things, so we moved forward with us. That's why we're
Okay,
here.
he knows he can't build.
He's got all the plans here, yep.
Okay. Let's see. This one is the sort of the normal process to determine completeness, have a public hearing, and then decide on what to approve, if anything. Board members, do you have any questions necessary to determine whether the application is complete? If not, is there a motion?
I move to
Right.
find the application complete.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. The applicant hasn't requested any waivers. Are there any abutters or interested citizens who wish to weigh in? Seeing none. Any discussion that the board would like to have with the applicant directly before it considers whatever final disposition the board would like? None? What's the will of the board with respect to final disposition of the application?
Find the wording.
I got it.
You can just say I make the motion that's in the memo if you like.
I make the motion that's in the memo, approving this motion for this.
Granting
Yeah,
conditional
granting it.
final approval.
Second.
Motion and a second.
So
Robert?
technically, there's two suggested motions in the memo.
Let's go. With the no waiver determined necessary. So the top one.
The top one, Robert? Okay. Everybody clear on what we're voting on? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Nice.
Thanks for the easy one. Okay. Here we are at number 11. Robert Parker as the applicant and BCFE 29 Manchester LLC as the owner. Review for acceptance and consideration of final approval for a site plan to construct a 39,800 square foot warehouse building. The parcel is located at 29 Manchester Street in the I-1 Industrial and Aquifer Conservation Districts, Tax Map 2D, Lot 47, Case Planning Board 2023-4. Robert, is there anything that we need to know before we hear from the applicant?
Sure. So just to summarize, this lot was recently, I can't say it was before the board, but it was nearby next to a parcel that was before the board. So this lot is an existing parking lot that used to service an abutting property. If the board remembers the 10 Alpal Lane project from maybe several months ago. Anyway, the lot, like I say, it does have an existing parking lot on it. The agreement that was in place, I think it was more of a informal agreement to serve additional parking capacity for that other lot that I mentioned. That's gone, which is why the 10 Al Paul project came forward with the additional parking that they were installing. So in this applicant's case, for the resultant lot that now just has a parking lot on it, this applicant's coming forward to put together a just under 40,000 square foot warehouse over the existing parking field. In the end, the overall impervious surface will actually decrease after they install some drainage improvements, since the lot is essentially pretty much impervious 100% as it is right now. The only real comment staff had in terms of concern is the back wall of the building is about 200 feet long, or over 200 feet long. So again, the regulations would require that be broken up aesthetically. So the applicant has proposed some colored accent panels that the board should just kind of discuss when we talk about the architectural rendering.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. Please introduce yourself and tell us about the project.
I'm Rob Parker. I'm with the real estate firm of Bradstreet and Chandler, and we're an owner of this project. We actually were before the board a little over a year ago on a lot line adjustment as between this parcel and.
Can you touch your microphone and make sure it's turned on? You're getting funny faces from those guys. Did it
Okay.
get a lot brighter?
Can you hear it now?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I'll start over. I'm Rob Parker. I'm with Bradstreet and Chandler. We're one of the owners of this parcel. As I indicated, we actually were in front of the board a little over a year ago on a lot line adjustment as between this parcel and the two abutting parcels, which are 25 Manchester Street and 10 Alpal Lane. That was granted a little while ago. Sitting to my right is my engineer, Sean Reardon, who will present the project and the application.
I'm gonna go a little old school, so I didn't bring a zip drive, but if it's okay and you can hear me.
I can, but take that microphone from the stand behind you out there. Take that one and use it as you walk around, so the folks at home and the people taking the minutes get a recording of it.
Is that on?
It is. Awesome. Thank you.
So as Rob was mentioning, this is the existing parcel. So it was part of a larger parcel, all belonging to the Pentucket Water Company. Pennachuck Water Company. And there was a previous project back in, I think, 2006 that was approved for an office building. And the parking that was constructed per that approved plan, as was all the drainage improvements necessary to serve that parking lot. So as the site currently exists, it's say approximately 90% paved. Our proposal is to essentially replace a good portion of the parking, which consists of 269 spaces, with a just under 40,000 square foot single-story flex warehouse building and 109 spaces, most of which are just repurposing the existing spaces that are out there. As Rob mentioned, the net result of this project is about a 1,500 square foot reduction in impervious surface, but the critical thing is we have about 40,000 square feet reduction in paved surface. So if you can imagine, runoff from a roof is a lot cleaner than runoff from asphalt. As Rob mentioned, that we aren't requesting any waivers. We've provided a lighting plan. The lighting is going to be repurposed from the existing parking lot, as with most of the landscaping, so this is all going to be left in place. We have new lighting proposed as wall packs and a few light fixtures proposed, and we have a few trees proposed just to basically accentuate the edge of the property. We are proposing a new entrance, so this is the existing Manchester Street here. There's a new entrance only driveway proposed here. We could have made it two ways because our traffic consultant said the site distances are okay, but we were still a little bit sort of uncomfortable with the site distances, so we thought it would just be in everybody's best interest to leave it as an entrance only. We will be reconfiguring the existing two-way entrance that serves both these parcels, just to smooth it out a bit, but we maintain all the work within the public right of way.
And that's also going to be a two-way?
It is, yes.
So it's going to stay a two-way, okay.
It is, and really what it was just a little bit of a wonky curve in there that made it a little bit more difficult for larger vehicles to get through. So what we did is we just straightened it out a bit.
Okay. So walk me through truck traffic entering the site, getting to the loading docks, and turning around and getting out again.
Yep, so what we anticipate is trucks and the people using the parking lot would predominantly choose this entrance. And then people parking would circulate in here, trucks would circulate around the back, pull in, and then go out in this pattern. They can still navigate in and out through this entrance, but given the shared access, we figured keeping the truck traffic, giving them an option that utilizes the back of the property is better. Plus, this gives us better access for emergency vehicles as well.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Barbara, can you see that plan the way it's displayed, or do you want them to turn it a little bit for you?
Sorry.
There you go. Okay. Anything else that you want to share with us for an introduction, or?
Well, I think we got staff's comments. We had a very good meeting with them. I don't think we have any objections to any of the comments that were made, any of the conditions that were recommended.
Okay. Board members, do you have any discussion items? Barbara?
So how many bays are you planning for, and what kind of trucks are you expecting to come in here? Are you expecting semis or what?
There's 6 bays. We're anticipating one would probably be used for a dumpster or for a trash compactor or something like that. But all the bays are located off the back of the building. What's really nice about this site is it falls off about 4 feet from this end to this end, leaving it almost perfect to serve loading docks at the back, so very little grading. These are sized for tractor trailers, WB50, WB62, so a standard tractor trailer delivery. Right now, we don't have a tenant, so it's not really sure what we're going to be using, but they're obviously a very marketable part of the project, and having them in a good location is helpful.
And just to put this bee in your bonnet, we have several other companies putting up warehouses in the town.
Know what the market and the competition looks like. This is, it looks like it's configured solely for the potential of having one tenant for the whole building. Is there any potential that it could be broken up?
There is. The main entrance is clearly contemplated here. But there is also another entrance that could feasibly be located back here, and the renderings sort of suggest that. But right now, this is the primary entrance. But depending on how the space splits up, if we were to split it up, we could have another entrance back here.
But those two businesses would have to somehow use the same loading docks on the one side of the building?
Yeah, that would be the internal partitioning of that space would be the challenge there.
Okay. Thank you for that. Other comments or questions by members of the board? Nelson?
Yeah. I have a few. Let me see. The drainage on this site, this has gone through Fuss and O'Neill, is that correct? And
Yes, it
their
has.
analysis, and they're happy with it? With the revised drainage?
I'm going to double check if we have comments back from them yet. I think we do,
Thank
but
you.
I'm not sure.
Just in the way of explanation, the drainage system largely didn't change because
Yeah.
most of it was everything that served the parking lot was already constructed. There's a detention pond back here that the current owner owns the obligation to maintain it. What we've done is just basically put the building down in the middle of it, rerouted the drainage around it, but it still functions in pretty much the same way it currently does.
You have agreements with the, I guess, Pennachuck land on the, to use this as a,
We do.
yeah.
We do.
Okay, so I guess Robert's looking for that. While he's looking for that, was there existing lighting on this property as it was used as a parking lot? Was there, and what's gonna happen to that? That's all going away? And
Nope, not all of it. So if you can see, sorry, Barbara, I'm going to turn this a little bit. So the area that's in gray or white, that's existing parking to remain. The lights in those locations are going to stay in place. We are, because of the change in configuration of some of the parking layout and sort of the entry points, we have added a couple light fixtures, but they'd be the same size and the same type of light fixture as currently out there.
do we have a lighting profile plan? I didn't remember seeing it.
Yes, we do. Let's see if I can get to it.
On
Thank you. I know you mentioned one. I don't know if I saw it. But...
Oh, it's not in my package. I just have the site plans. But there is a photometric plan included with the set that shows the new light fixtures and also the wall packs that are proposed around.
Do you know the number of the page?
It would be the very, actually it's on the cover right here.
L01?
L01, yes. It'll be the third to last sheet.
I got C's.
If you go
Yeah,
backwards.
there it is.
C. They're all C's. Huh? Oh, there we go, way back there. Okay. Okay, I see what it is. All right. Okay, and Fussin' O'Neill's reviewed this, so
Yeah, it looks like that's still underway. We don't quite have comments back yet, and given the timing, it looks like we'll probably get them tomorrow.
yeah. Okay.
So this, I want to, before we leave the discussion of the lighting plan, typically when we get one of these, the parking lot field has got the measurements of the candle power, and it looks like there's some grid overlaying this that is just done in a different way. But can you walk me through how to read and understand what's going on with this lighting plan?
So this lighting plan just essentially shows the colored portions of the plan. If you can scroll out.
Yep.
Are the areas where there's new lighting proposed, where there are no sort of lighting contours, for lack of a better word. That's where existing lighting is to remain. I'm not really certain about if we can let me see if I can read this.
It's very hard to read because it's, at least my copy is very faint.
So there are numbers underneath. Those are what I presume to be the foot candle light levels. This was a plan done by our electrical subcontractor, but those would be the foot candle light levels.
Where's that on here?
Where are they?
Underneath, there's a grid pattern with numbers.
Mine just has little dots.
Yeah, those little dots have numbers associated with them.
They didn't come out on my printing. There's
Oh, okay.
there's no number that you could read there.
I don't have them either.
On the full-size plan, they're more readable. Robert, do you have full-size plans?
Anyway, as long as they are there and Fussin' O'Neill can look at them, that's all I need. I don't want to be
Yeah,
lighting
it's.
change.
I think because of the ink used, it's an orange, so it didn't really translate well with the copier. But yes, Fussin' O'Neill gets a full set of plans, a full size, as well as the digital file, so they can
Okay.
definitely.
And they're
zoom in
readable
see.
on that plan. Okay, good.
Yes.
That's all I need.
And they will be commenting, right? Because we don't have their comments yet?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
And if they need them, Robert, we can provide them digital copies, which are much easier to sort of drill down on.
Excellent.
Okay.
Other, Ellen, you had more?
One last thing is the sidewalk on Manchester Street. It looks like you got part of it, but not quite all of it.
The sidewalk here on Manchester Street?
Yes.
I think it stops.
Yeah, it did,
Yeah.
but now we're developing the site.
So continue it the rest
We'd
of the
like
way.
to continue it to the property line.
Happily. Yeah. That's not a problem at all.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Other comments or
That's all
questions?
I've got, yeah.
Okay. Barbara?
I'd like to go back to the entrance. And in the literature we got, the diagram, it shows a client A and a client B. How is that entrance working, and where are your parking spaces if in fact you have two companies occupying the space?
Yep. So predominantly this would be sort of the anchor, for lack of a better word. So most of our spaces are in this area, but we do have a dozen or so spaces oriented right outside that entrance, which given traditional breakdowns of warehouse space, it seems to be an appropriate number, given that this would likely be a smaller square footage than this tenant. So we wouldn't expect that it would be an equal split in the building.
So then you really wouldn't have a split entrance for A and B?
So if we had two tenants,
Yeah,
we would likely have two separate entrances.
that's what we're looking, what you gave us, so. You don't show an entrance down here, you show an entrance over here.
Oh,
Well,
the elevations. Gotcha.
If there's another view looking at the back of the building, you'll see that doorway.
Okay,
You just, what you're, in that vision that you were just looking at, you're looking at in this direction.
exactly.
So you can't really see that back entrance, but there should be another rendering in there that sort of shows you the loading dock configuration. And you can see that doorway back there.
Yeah,
To me,
okay.
That's the last page of
Yeah.
my plan set. It's this one.
Yep,
And again,
There's another one.
in all likelihood, this will be a single tenant based on the size of it. But we also realize that you have to be responsive to the market, and perhaps there's something else that comes down the path that, we would be able to service two relatively simple. I don't think there's a scenario where we could ever do three. If it were two, you could conceivably dedicate this space and these two loading docks to that smaller tenant. Then to Robert's point, these other loading docks would be connected to the larger space. So we think two is the maximum we could ever accommodate there.
So, what's the next parcel over to the southwest that's got to look at the long side of your building?
This parcel here,
No, the southwest is the other way, that way.
this is open space.
That's the Pennachuck.
Pennachuck
parcel.
Waterworks.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So the reason for bringing that up is you've got a long stretch of the side of the building there, and staff has asked us to have that dialogue with you guys about whether we're satisfied with the architectural view of that. And that's where I was interested in sort of what's next door. Ordinarily, the long stretch you have with just a couple of colored panels wouldn't necessarily satisfy me, but next to Pennachuck, it probably does. Because we know that that property is never going to be anything other than Pennachuck, and I know that they don't care what the side of your building looks like.
And our detention pond is here, the one that serves this particular parcel.
Does everybody know what I was talking about there? Do you agree that this picture on the bottom is what that side of the building's going to look like? And it isn't particularly architecturally
Impressive.
interesting, but it's
I agree with your analysis.
side of a building.
Mr. Chairman, right.
Okay. Maureen, you have a discussion? Yeah, why not?
I'm just wondering if the top windows could be a little bit more, I don't like have like something coming down, a little bit more decorative. It kind of looks to me, it actually kind of looks like a prison the way the windows are. Like they look like small and kind of going around.
Scroll back there.
Yeah.
Huh?
How do you feel about those?
So, these were put together by our likely contractor. The windows at the top line there have the benefit of allowing natural light into the interior of the building, which is a positive thing for everybody working there. Let me just say that the aesthetics on it have not been finalized at all. And I can't speak for my partner and give you a definitive answer on what we will ultimately end up proposing as far as actual building plans go, but they will be developed further, and we care about the aesthetics as well.
And it's actually fairly atypical to have windows at those elevations. So I
Yes,
think-
no, I
yeah.
agree. And I think, having the windows helps it make not so much like a warehouse, right?
Yeah.
That are popping up everywhere here in Merrimack. But I think just if like my first look at this is like, oh, is this like, they just look like a prison, like
Right, yeah.
you can't escape, right?
Too high to get out, right?
Yeah, right. So just like a little cross in it. I don't know, something to make it look more just more pleasing. That's all.
Understood.
Thanks.
Although I agree with Maureen's comments, I wouldn't necessarily hold you to put that on a plan before us and just sort of trust you to work that out as you go forward and either vary the locations of the windows up or down or different shape or whatever. But the more attractive, the better. But again, you're not in a particularly high visibility location anyway. I did notice from your color renderings that you got one that shows some landscaping around the building and grass and things. I thought that looked very nice as well.
Yeah, so there will be, there are a few trees proposed, if you can, that northeast elevation that you're referring to, that's the elevation that faces the street. Well, the parking here, so there are some trees proposed in these locations that will sort of break up that long line that maybe a little less of a penitentiary feel.
Yeah, and I don't know if this matters really for the purpose of your review, but we still own the property at 25 Manchester Street. And so, we have a real interest in not just throwing up a building quickly and getting out of town. I mean, we've been here since 2013 and, we don't have any plans to leave. So we care about what it looks like.
Thank you for saying that. Planning board members, our first task is to decide whether the application is complete. Do you have any more information that you require of the applicant in order to make a decision on that? If not, what's the will of the board?
I would move to say the application is complete.
Is there a second? Motion and a second to find the application complete. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Has the applicant asked for any waivers or?
Sure.
None have been requested, no.
No waivers have been requested, so we don't have to take up waivers. We can open up a public hearing. Are there any abutters or interested citizens who wish to weigh in on the project? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Board members, what further discussion would you like to have with the applicant? Or is there information that you would like to receive and therefore continue this application to a later time?
Yeah, so
Well-
just on that point, traditionally, staff has recommended and the board has agreed that we'd like to see Fuss and O'Neill comments come back in, at least one round of review before doing any conditional approval of an application. So in this case, like I say, we do not have those comments yet, so I would recommend that we continue until those comments come in.
Seems to me to be a wise recommendation. What say you, board members?
Agree with that.
When do you want to come back?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible. I don't know if you could do February 7th, but you could probably do the 21st.
So we gave Fuss and O'Neill authorization the afternoon of January 3rd, so I'm expecting comments to come in tomorrow. The applicant does not necessarily have to respond to those comments. We just like to see that the letter is standard run-of-the-mill back and forth engineering that can be handled as a part of a conditional approval. Given that, I think it's feasible that February 7th could work, given that we don't necessarily need any further plan revisions before that date.
Okay. You want to aim for February 7th?
I think that'd be reasonable, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just checking to make sure.
There you have it, board members.
So-
February 7th with no further notice to abutters.
Yeah, so moved.
Is there a
I already have
second?
it in my calendar.
Second by Jamie. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600. Of course you can.
Just making sure that the continuance of the sidewalk is reflected.
Yep.
At the next time. Yep. Thanks.
In Robert, in terms of getting revised plans in showing that, is that,
Yeah, so if we're gonna do that, unfortunately, that deadline was today, so we're not going to have revised plans in time to show the board. But if you want to have a mock-up prepared just to say, look, here's how we're laying it out, then that would be fine.
Certainly. So, yes, that works. Have them on the night of the 7th and not in time for the package. Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, it looks like we're here for the main event. Main event. Item 12 on our agenda. It's a long agenda. Merrimack Parcel A LLC is the applicant, and Merrimack Parcel A LLC and Slate Merrimack Acquisition LLC as the owners. Review for consideration of an amendment to a previously approved mixed-use development conditional use permit calling for the replacement of 93,720 square feet of office space, 37,400 square feet of retail space, 15,800 square feet of restaurant space, and 5,000 square feet of the event center, all as a part of phase 2, replacing all of that with 208 multifamily residential units, 5,000 square feet of office space, 6,500 of retail, 8,000 of restaurant space, and a reduction of the 120-room hotel approved as a part of phase 1 to 100 rooms. The parcels are located at 1, 2, 3, and 4 Lexington Court in the I-2 Industrial and Aquifer Conservation Districts and Wellhead Protection Area. Tax map 3C, lot 191, 2U1 and 2U4. Case Planning Board 2023-5. Robert, is there anything that we need to know before we hear from the applicant?
So I'm not going to go through a thorough, detailed recap of Tim's memo. I trust everyone's had a chance to read it. Really, the important points to this are that staff continues to feel that this does not comply with the zoning ordinance for a mixed-use development conditional use permit. And as you saw in Tim's memo, he did go through in detail and talk about how each of the criteria for the zoning ordinance either are or are not met by the current proposal. Staff's overall opinion, again, is the project is simply too dense than what would be allowed under normal circumstances, too dense than what would be allowed in a planned unit development, which is among the most most dense projects in the town, and further would be more dense than what would be allowed in both in Manchester, Nashua, and Concord. So I would just, we're not going to get any different opinions now, and there's no point in me rehashing this now. So I think we can just turn it over to the applicant, let them make their presentation. We'll just get this going.
Thank you, Robert. And thank you for being here. Familiar face, Gordon. Please
Good to
introduce
see you
yourself.
again.
Good to see you. Introduce both you and the applicant, Mr. Monahan, and tell us where we're at with the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name, for the record, is Gordon Leedy, and I am a landscape architect and certified planner with Ty and Bond. And with me tonight are a couple people. Tom Monahan, who is the owner and developer, his son Jeff, who is his partner, and Dave Fenstermacher from VHB, who is continues to be the engineer for the project, and Morgan Hollis, who is our attorney. So we have a full complement of folks, and we are ready to go through this. We were just by way of a little history. I mean, you all know and many of you lived the history of this project, but the original mixed-use master development plan was created for this site through the Premium Outlets project. So it was all part of one application at that time. That was in 2008, and on this site, there was a proposal for 15 to 20,000 square feet of restaurants in several buildings, and a 200-room hotel and conference center. Subsequent to that, the mixed-use portion of the ordinance, I believe, was adopted. That was done under the Premium Outlets portion of the ordinance, and Mr. Monahan ended up owning the 20 acres at the bottom of the hill that we're considering now. Variances were approved to allow mixed use on this site because it didn't comply originally with the ordinance in terms of the location of the property, as well as the size of the property, as well as the residential density. So all of that was approved in 2016 by variance. Conditional use permit was issued for 192 residential units, 120 room hotel, 165,000 square feet of office, and up to 150,000 square feet of retail and commercial. That was admittedly a very ambitious and exciting plan. We wish that it had been able to come to fruition, but unfortunately, it has not. And an amended conditional use permit was applied for and approved for a change in planned configuration and density in 2019. In 2021, there was a zoning variance that to allow up to 208 units of additional residential use, conditioned upon amendment to the conditional use permit and site plan approvals. So, because there is an approved site plan for this site. And amendment to the CUP is dependent on the criteria in 2024D. And just by means of some context here, we have the site at the intersection of Continental Boulevard and Industrial Drive. We have a very large retail use up the hill that is productive and successful. We have an industrial or an office facility, office manufacturing facility at Getinge. We have the one of the largest office developments in southern New Hampshire to the south by way of Fidelity. And then across the highway, we have KMC, formerly Elbit, formerly Colesman. We have Anheuser-Busch, we have BAE Systems, and we have the FAA. So if you look at it as a part of that whole, it's kind of the hole in the donut. And there are many folks who live in or who work in very close proximity to this site. So, you know, that's part of what is driving the current request, and I'll get into that in a moment. This is the approved master development plan. As you can see, there is the existing, now built and beginning to be occupied residential building. There's a clubhouse that is meeting space and management offices and recreational space, along with a pool in the center. There is a proposed 110-room hotel, and there's a 7,500 square foot restaurant. All of these improvements were approved, and I'll show you the site plan in a moment, but the remainder of the site was where all the other stuff was sort of warehoused in terms of the remaining approved density, if you will. Then this was the approved site plan, which has the blank spot where we are currently considering or requesting amendment to the plan. And there are the buildings that are constructed and the restaurant and hotel which remain to be constructed. This site plan obviously has been vested, so there is a if Mr. Monahan cared to, he could go out and build this plan immediately with no further approvals. So, and then there is an approved condominium plan, which is creates 4 parcels, and there was some discussion from staff about, you know, well, you didn't submit a condominium plan. There really is no, this is an amendment to an existing plan. So there is no material change to this plan. And, you know, once we get something approved that we think we're going to build, then we may need to amend this plan. But at this point, it's kind of a pointless exercise since this is the approved plan. So in terms of considerations of the project, this, as I said, this application is for continuation of a previously approved project. The problem that we're faced with is that there's no meaningful market today for office use. Mr. Monahan had a tenant at the beginning for 120,000 square feet of office. Either just before or just after COVID hit, that tenant went away, and as I said, there is no meaningful market for an office component. The local market for retail use, particularly in a project like this, is also very limited in terms of being able to attain the rents that you would need to build this kind of space. So what are we going to do with the 4.5 acres that are left over from the project? Over 10,500 people work within a 1 mile radius of the property, and it creates a high demand for residential properties targeted to young professionals. At the same time, I mean, there's been discussion in the staff memo about the purpose and intent and the definition of a mixed-use development. There is no definition or prescribed standard for what constitutes a mixed-use development with respect to the mix of uses and the percentage of each type of use that might be required. We believe that this proposed development meets the standard in 2.02 for D1, and I'll get into that in a moment. And the other thing that I would mention to you is that density is a means of assessing the intensity of the use. So the proposed residential use mix or heavier residential use mix is less intense and impactful than the approved mix of uses from the standpoint of traffic for sure, and of kind of potential congestion and activity on the site. So, and furthermore, we believe that the residential density was approved up to 208 units via variance from the ZBA, conditioned upon meeting the criteria for mixed use for mixed use developments in the ordinance. So, so that's kind of what we consider the ground rules of the project. The plan, which is similar to other plans you've seen, has a residential building in the sort of northwest corner of the site. That building is 4 stories above a podium of parking. And then there is a portion of the building toward the center of the site that's dedicated to commercial use, and there's about 5,000 square feet of commercial in that location. We reconfigured the entry road to be more of a boulevard entry, which is reminiscent of some of the ideas that we first came to the town with in terms of the project. So you've got a streetscape and a kind of more urban look to that entry road. There's an entry sequence into the property, and then on both sides of this are multi-floor buildings. The one where the 7,500 square foot restaurant is now still 7,500 square feet of restaurant broken into 2 spaces, and 2,400 square feet of commercial with 5,000 square feet of office. Think of it as perhaps a co-working space that might be available to residents of the community. And then the hotel is basically in the same configuration as it was before in the approved configuration, but the number of rooms is reduced from 110 to 100 rooms. And the parking is, we went through the same sort of shared parking methodology that we've gone through on all the other applications that we've made to the town, and the number is 944 spaces required and 958 spaces are proposed. And in this plan, The buffers are the same as what was in the approved plan, both along Continental Boulevard, as well as along the Sergeant Acres residential community. And the entry road configuration is the same as was previously proposed. We're proposing upon approval and completion of a significant amount of this project, we would construct a 2-lane hybrid roundabout on Premium Outlets Boulevard to allow access to the site without having to do a signal in that location. Here are some views of what the project could look like. You have this attractive landscaped entry and streetscape along the commercial edges. We can activate the streetscape with patios and dining areas for the restaurant facilities. We also are showing the second floor space with a roof deck that might be available for people in nice weather to go out and sit and work as they do. And then this is the residential building, which we would think is going to be similar in quality and look to the existing building, or the existing residential building. It does have storefronts along this corner and edge, once again enlivening the streetscape and providing support retail services for the residents. So I think as either you, Mr. Chairman, or Robert mentioned, the amended site development program for the overall development is 432 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, 5,000 square feet of co-working space, 6,500 square feet of specialty retail, 8,000 square feet of restaurant. There's the 7,000 square feet of fitness and recreation, and a 100-room hotel. So, as I said earlier, we feel strongly that this meets the criteria of a mixed-use development, and we're simply trying to respond to market demands for development of the project and productive use of the property. So there's a lot of words in the following several slides, but I feel compelled to go over them, and we can do this in any way that you would like, Mr. Chairman. I mean, if you'd like us to go through a section or two and then have some discussion, we can do that. Or if the board has any questions on anything, I'm happy to entertain them in the middle so we don't lose our train of thought. Or I can just go through it all and we can have comments at the end.
I want to certainly give you the freedom to offer your presentation in the way you think best makes your case, but my preference would be to let you attack it and let us interrupt as we want to.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Sorry for being rude, but that's.
There was discussion in the staff memo about the purpose of the mixed-use development, and this quotation on the screen is the purpose section of the ordinance, 2.024D1. And the purpose of this section is to permit mixed uses which allow creative integration of industrial, commercial, and residential housing developments based on master site development plan that permits flexibility in the design and integration of the permitted uses contained therein. Permitted mixed uses are intended to be complementary so as to provide for the appropriate use of the land, fiscally beneficial development, the efficient provision of public services, and this is my emphasis added, and the expanded opportunities for a diversity of residential development outside the traditional residential districts. This site does abut a residential district in terms of Sergeant Acres, but the buffers that we are providing or proposing to provide in the development are in keeping with buffers that have been proposed all along, and are not a significant or a substantial change to the development proposal. In terms of the master site development plan, there was also some discussion about that in the staff memo. The submitted master site development plan is an amendment to an approved plan, and as such, the only real material changes to those approved plans are a mix of uses. So the buffers, the open space, the landscaping insofar as it is shown, the roadway configuration, the parking configuration, the building locations are all very similar to what was previously approved in a master site development plan. And specific utility and transportation improvements, such as the roundabout, there may be a need for some offsite utility improvements and so forth, as well as phasing and condominium parcel configuration can be determined either prior to plan signing or in the process of site plan review as appropriate. So then we come to the criteria for conditional use. And the criteria for conditional use permit is, there are, I think, 8 sections or 9 sections or criteria. The first one is that the property in question is reasonably suited for the proposed uses and will not create undue hazard or excessive expenditure of public funds to ensure public health, safety, and welfare are maintained. And this is the same site that we've been approving mixed use on for going on 10 years now. And it is the same site that, or it's the same access that has very little impact on anyone else in town, in that it is located conveniently adjacent to a highway interchange and surrounded by reasonably intense uses. So, as I said, the residential neighborhood to the north is the exception to that rule, and we believe that we have provided adequate protection for them. The municipal and private utilities are available, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And as such, the site is similarly suited to the current proposal as it was for the previous proposal. And the next criteria is the applicant shall demonstrate to the satisfaction of the board that the development will generate a net positive fiscal impact to the town. Mark Fougere has refigured the fiscal impact statement that he had produced previously, and simply stated the project, when completed, will produce $1.47 million a year in net tax income after expenses to the town in current dollars. And it's all using the same methodology that was used in previous approvals. A little formatting issue here, sorry about that. The proposed development this is the next criteria, shall include provisions satisfactory to the planning board to ensure that current and future municipal service capacity for police, fire, public works, general government, recreation, and school services and facilities within the community will not be adversely affected. We have a mix of residential and non-residential development that has the effect of providing a high taxable income value to the town while limiting demand for services. The capacity of the town's sanitary sewer system is adequate to accommodate the additional development, as is the town's water distribution system. And when the town approved the Merrimack Premium Outlets project, there was an overall allocation of water use to this site. And even with the modestly increased water use from the increased residential development, the overall use of this site and the Premium Outlet site is well below that overall allocation. So there is adequate capacity in the town system to accommodate this proposal. Police and fire departments will not experience significantly greater demand than would otherwise be experienced by either the existing approval or from by right development of the property, and the municipal services cost has been included in that net number that I mentioned previously. The proposed mixed use, this is the fourth criteria. Proposed mixed use development shall not create an undue hazard or nuisance for vehicular or pedestrian traffic, shall include adequate provisions for safe and efficient traffic access, circulation, and parking, and shall promote pedestrian and public transportation linkages within the sites to the maximum practical extent. VHB did a revised traffic impact assessment. They've been working on traffic on this site, as you know, for going on 15 years now. Embarrassingly, I realize that I've been working on this project for 20 years now. The traffic impact assessment prepared by VHB reveals significantly lower levels of peak traffic from and to the development than with the previously approved project. So the impact from a traffic perspective is actually significantly less. Pedestrian connections and emergency access provisions proposed and approved in previous plans have been preserved and are carried forward through this plan. A revised shared parking analysis using the same methodology as was used in previous plans reveals that the parking demand from the amended program equates to a parking demand for 944 spaces, and the proposed plan provides 958 spaces, satisfying anticipated peak parking demand. The fifth criteria is adequate and appropriate public infrastructure shall be provided to ensure proper operation of the mixed uses. As I mentioned, the previous plans provided adequate utility and roadway capacity. There is existing capacity to accept this proposed use, and the project proponent has previously committed to offsite improvements and onsite improvements that will complete the requirements for utilities and traffic infrastructure for the town. And they will be constructed at the applicant's expense. I should say that should anything else be discovered in the course of, things change over time, should anything else be discovered that is required, once again, that's something that will come out in the site plan application, and we will deal with the design and cost of that at that point. But in any case, none of that will fall on the town. The next criteria is that the proposed development must comply with all applicable federal, state, and local environmental laws, including all appropriate sections of the town's zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations. We acknowledge that we anticipate that the final plan will comply with all applicable regulations and laws. The next criteria is adequate buffers satisfactory to the planning board shall be provided along the development parcel's perimeter boundaries. Buffers and landscaping shall reflect the need for appropriate separation and transitions between adjoining industrial, commercial, and residential uses. And we propose to maintain the required building setback from the northerly property line of 200 feet. That's a building setback, as well as the currently required non-disturb buffer of 100 feet. I think we're actually a little bit in excess of that. Setbacks and buffers from Continental Boulevard and Industrial Drive are not necessary since the proposed uses are complementary to the character of surrounding development. Buffers in this proposed amendment are substantially the same as was previously approved. The next criteria is that the proposed development plan shall provide for a continuity of open space throughout the development. Open space and other recreational areas within the development shall be related to projected town plans for such improvements. Should not be limited to trails and paths, although these are desirable features. There are recreational facilities proposed for residents in the proposed development, as well as open space and pedestrian amenities similar to those proposed in previously approved plans. The proposed development must demonstrate compliance with the architectural design criteria. As was true with the previous development, we will be in compliance with Merrimack's regulations. The proposed development will not result in unreasonable impacts to adjoining properties or uses by way of light, noise, pollution, visual blight, odor, vibration, or other nuisance. We are maintaining the buffers adjacent to adjacent residential uses in excess of those required. Currently proposed development provides residential use along substantial portions of the northerly property boundary, an area of the property directly adjacent to the existing abutting residential uses. Lighting and other lighting will be dark sky compliant and in compliance with the town's regulations. And the uses of the proposed site are not particularly prone to creation of nuisance, as this will be a centrally managed environment with respect to trash collection, hours of operation, et cetera. We have control over that. It's not like a bunch of, it's not like a strip center where everybody's kind of responsible for their own thing. The proposed development addresses to the satisfaction of the planning board the general design criteria, 1503D. 3A through G, and the current development proposal addresses all the general design criteria for site and building design contained in the town's regulations. So those are the criteria for approval. I noticed with some trepidation that the staff's recommended motions did not include a recommendation for approval, but so be it. I mean, that is one option available to you. And we feel that we meet each and every one of these criteria. So in summary, the site is reasonably suited to the use. There is a positive fiscal impact. There is no burden on municipal service capacity. Reduces peak hour traffic impacts from previously approved plans. Buffers and setbacks are maintained from previously approved plans. Sidewalks, paths, and other public pedestrian and open space accommodations have been continued from previously approved plans. There's no impact, unreasonable impact or nuisance created to additional or adjacent residential uses. This complies with or will comply with all local, state, and federal environmental laws, conforms with architectural design criteria, conforms with general design criteria. And the site, importantly, the site plan process will ensure compliance with conditions imposed. So that is the end of my presentation, and I would entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you for the presentation and for walking through your view of all the regulations and how they apply. Board members, do you have discussion items that you'd like to address with the applicant? Maureen?
So, having young 20/30-year-olds professionals, my question is around the data that you kind of collected there. You said you have around 10,000 plus employees, right, in that area. And how many of those are young professionals?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, judging from what is going on the site today, where they are actively leasing the first phase of residential, they're experiencing, my understanding is they're experiencing very high demand. So, I mean, I don't know in terms of a percentage, but there are a lot of younger people that are, reasonably highly compensated who work at Fidelity. Likewise, there are a lot of engineers who work at whatever Elbit is called now, KGM, K whatever, and Katinge also. So people are, and I mean, my kids are that age too. My son has a job that is 100% remote. He works in a co-working space. He works in his apartment. He works, but not in an office. And that's part of the reason that offices have kind of diminished as a thing. This kind of environment, particularly close to, many companies are saying, well, you should come in twice a week or whatever. This is convenient to so many places that, I mean, I think that for that population, it's an incredibly desirable place to live.
I guess I'm kind of looking to the next maybe 5 years or so, right? So maybe right now, I'm also wondering what the salaries are of these young professionals that you're looking to kind of come into. I'm just thinking along with the salaries, what is the rent? And are we going to be, 5 years from now, these are going to be young professionals who are looking to have families, who are going to want to have homes, right?
But they're not going to do it in this place. They're going to do it, they're going to buy a house someplace else.
Exactly. So what's going to happen to all of the apartments that are, I don't see, I mean, this is a town, this isn't a
Yep.
city, right? So I don't see and I understand that there's a high demand right now, but we all know that things change. And there is a high demand for, I mean, you're even saying that people are working from home, right? So despite there being 10,000 employees right there, some of them, maybe 5,000 are working from home. I don't know.
They're not working from home all the time.
Right,
And, and that particular population wants to be in a relatively more urban environment with amenities and with services, and with like a controlled environment. They don't want to mow grass. They don't want to do any of that stuff.
And I understand that.
So I don't know about the whole salary of the thing. I mean, at the rents that they're asking, which are, admittedly, I think on the high side, they're experiencing incredibly high demand. So
Right now, I would agree with that right now.
I can, Tom Monahan, the very popular person, most popular person here tonight. But, the first phase was opened up for rent, and right now, almost, 60-something% are rented in the first phase. And 24 of the households average $150,000 on an annual income. We've got tenants, proposed tenants from Fidelity, BAE, whatever the other, Getting. We've got, interestingly enough, some retired folks that are taking apartments. So it is a mix. Understand that in today's world, and it's ever changing, and we've all had to pivot, I think. But the industries that are surrounding us are really calling people back to work. But one of the great things, about New Hampshire and about Merrimack is, we get the best of both worlds, because we get people, if they are working remote, they like to come to New Hampshire. They like to come to, hopefully, Merrimack. Hopefully we can take care of them in the workspace that we can offer them, and there's an opportunity there. But there's also the people that work in the companies, and there's also the retirees. And I neglected to find out where the retirees are from. But the good news is, if they're from Merrimack, it's opening up a whole house or something for another family to come in. So we are attracting higher income folks to and they like the urbanness of what we're doing, I guess.
Well, one of the things that I'm seeing here on the planning board is that we're opening up a lot more warehouses and storage units than we are large companies. So what I see the population moving forward is, those young professionals 5 years from now are going to be having families. So you're having 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. I just don't see how, I see right now how it's a fix. I don't see how it is in the future.
You know, I was here earlier tonight watching one of the I do a lot of industrial stuff, and I was totally surprised when someone was in looking at, you know, it was a 40 or 50,000 square foot building. I forget what the size was. And they don't have sewer, and they're putting in a 450, you know, a very small septic system. You know, so how many people are they going to employ in that building? And so, you know, you go to Fidelity, they're at 7,200 people, and they're coming back to work. It's mandatory. They have teams, and they want the teams to be together. You know, BAE, it's a higher income. It's an engineer. Hopefully, they're not going to leave. They're going to add on too. And Gordon's right. There are 10,500 people, and there are going to be more. And that's the market that we think is out there that we can attract.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think discussion of the market and what's out there for demand is a little bit missing the target. I think the demand, you know, may well be out there, and if people are coming up with their checkbook to get an apartment, that's showing you that the demand is there, at least for the moment. But if it was only about demand, then why not 1,000 apartments or 10,000 apartments or build it 50 stories tall? Just the fact that you can rent it doesn't mean that it belongs on this site. And I think that's where the discussion comes from my viewpoint, is when is it too much on the site? When is the development overdone and potentially not right for this site? There's no doubt that there's a housing shortage in New Hampshire, and everybody talks about it from the Housing Finance Authority, from the governor on down, 10,000, 20,000 units. And as a planning board, we're sort of all tuned into that. And frankly, I think we've approved 1,500 units in a relatively small town in a relatively short amount of time. I don't think that there's another city or town in New Hampshire that's leaned into the problem as much as we have anywhere. So understanding that there's a demand and that people are looking for apartments isn't so much the question. It's start from the beginning of the presentation. This was originally part of the CUP that included the Merrimack Premium Outlets. The concept of CUPs are integrated master planned development. And this seems to, first of all, have no integration at all with Merrimack Premium Outlets or the restaurants and DCU and all that. In terms of its own integration as it's a separate site, it seems to be every apartment you can shoehorn in here and just enough commercial to get us to, give you a thumbs up, the least that you can possibly do. And I know that as we've sat here over the years, the abutters have been pretty tough on you guys about the idea that, the plan keeps changing and we can't really even count that the plan we have today is the one that'll get built. And I've always pushed back on that and said, the applicant deserves to have a review of what they got in front of us. But as I sit here today, I'm not sure I'm convinced that you'll build a restaurant or a hotel. I'm not sure that a hotel is integrated with housing. They don't really have any synergies. It's not like somebody's going to leave their apartment and spend a night in the hotel across the parking lot. They coexist, and they kind of both have more of a nighttime activity than a daytime activity, but there really isn't any commonality between those uses. I think I mentioned that last time we came around. So we got a little restaurant and something that you talked about in terms of shared office space. I'm not sure that it has any master plan or integration at all, even with its own uses in there. I get that one of the new buildings will have a couple of retail spaces, or maybe retail spaces at the bottom level if you're able to find a tenant for it. And I'm not persuaded that you won't be back here in a year telling me that you can't, and you need to turn that into 6 more apartments. Those are the things that I see from the CUP's purpose. And the approach that we've taken to these is looking for mixed uses that are complementary to each other, where people may use one or the other. And all I'm seeing on this is how many apartments can I stuff into the site before the thing bursts at the seams. Even the discussion about open spaces or common areas or amenities, there's a little bit of grass in the middle of the street. I do like the streetscape. I think that's, better than what we saw, I think, one of the previous proposals. But 400 people, I hope they don't all have dogs, because there ain't nowhere to walk them. And I know that they're obviously not. It's a little tongue in cheek, but some significant number of them will. I can tell you as an attorney for a bunch of apartment buildings and things, with everybody claiming that everything is a emotional support animal, the current state and thinking of things is you just can't have a no pets restriction anymore. You can't enforce those and have them go forward. And so to some extent there will be dogs and people walking them and riding a bike, or even though they're small apartments, some people in here will have a child and want to have a place to play outside. And there just really isn't anything left of this site when you stuff in that many apartments and that many people. In the past, when we talked about some of the development, there was this idea that the parking had some synergy because there were daytime uses and nighttime uses and they could balance each other out. But now it's almost entirely a nighttime use site. In terms of impact on the neighbors, whatever sounds come out of apartment buildings, and I know it's not dramatic, it's not a ton, but it's all nighttime focused now. None of it occurs while they're off at work. It all is, 5 p.m. till 7 a.m. the next day, because it's all residential or apartment or hotel. Those are the concerns that I have, and those things sort of ripple through some of Tim's comments about where he thinks it didn't comply with the requirements, and I agree with Tim's analysis, but it all sort of stems from the idea that it doesn't really feel like it's any part of a CUP that the premium outlets are associated with. And even as a master plan site of its own, it's a giant apartment building with just enough commercial to try and persuade us that it's mixed use, but it doesn't have a master plan feel. Barbara?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Because I have some of the same concerns being a dog owner. But when you've appeared before us before, I've talked about the traffic circle and the fact that what the CUP was at that time, that that little traffic circle is not going to handle the traffic in those 224 units, plus what happens over at the outlets, especially during the holiday season, like Black Friday to start it off. So now, we're going from where we had 224 units that we're sitting on 17.01 acres of land. And now we're talking about having 432 acres, which would be 32.81 units per acre. That's almost double. So now, like we were saying, you're shoehorning. And what I don't understand in all of that, let alone that you're trying to squish as many people as you can per acre, you're reducing the number of hotel rooms. Well, people do have family visit, and now you're reducing the number of hotel units, and I don't see why. I don't see the logic there, because most of them only have one bedroom, one bath. They need to put their relative somewhere. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of logic in some of the changes, but for me, doubling the amount of units per acre of land is really stretching the point, and that's a density issue, and I can't agree with it. I just can't.
Nelson?
Yeah. Bob, I agree with a lot that you've said, but there's a couple little points I wanted to make that bothered me. As I went through the package tonight, I did for the first time see the fiscal impact analysis by Fougere that's been updated. And I have some questions on that, and this is not the place to get into the weeds, but there's things in there I need more explanation of and more understanding of, because I don't completely agree with the conclusions that they came to. That's one thing. The other is and Barbara hinted to it a little bit, was the lack of any amenities for more people living here. That we, at the time we first approved this, I remember discussing the need for some outdoor recreation, for some place for the people who live here to enjoy the environment that we all like here in New Hampshire and the outdoors. And I see none of that here. I see no place to go except to the premium outlets. Maybe that's good. But that disturbs me about this current plan. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. I mean, I know that we have a sidewalk that kind of circles the outer part of the building, but I still think that that isn't enough amenities for the intensity that you're talking about here. Nelson, with respect to the fiscal impact study, now is exactly the time to dig into those weeds, because we have to be satisfied with that study in order to amend the CUP. So if you need to see the full study, you got questions about it, it's exactly the time to dig into the weeds on that. So.
Okay, I'm not completely prepared tonight to do that, but I did make some notes. I did go through it, and I do have some questions.
Okay.
Well, and we can certainly have Mr. Fougere address those questions if that's something we want to do.
Sure. There certainly should be a discussion about the fiscal impact analysis. So again, we're either satisfied with it or you hear why or not. Jamie, did you have a hand up? I thought I keep seeing movement over here when I'm looking this way. What's that?
I didn't have my hand up. But...
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments, questions? Then let's let the public have an opportunity to weigh in. Are there butters or interested citizens? I see Wolf, first one to jump up. Gentlemen, can you let the table, let the butters have the table?
Yep.
And then you'll have a chance to come back and respond to whatever you hear. Yeah, up here. Come on up here. Introduce yourself.
Sure.
And then tell us what's on your mind.
Mike works. Wolfram Pontoon for Conservation Drive here in town. I also happen to be one of the commissioners on the Merrimack Village District Waterworks. I certainly am not speaking for the board, but thank you for letting me chime in here. I speak as a citizen. I would like to point out that I have not seen any mention of the water supply situation in the justification of why the applicant is seeking approval for these change requests. So I have not seen any mention of the water supply situation. Certainly 208 residential apartments are having a different water demand than a office building of sorts, right? Thinking about showering, bathing, and so on. So I would like to raise that concern. I certainly also would like to raise the concern of reminding any of these property owners of the salt limitation, right? Road salt, ice melt limitation. That needs to be possibly also considered. Might not really make a big difference in terms of the change of use, but still would like to see that considered in the discussion. And of course, the whole, it looks like there's a lot of impervious surface that we're seeing here. And I'm not sure if that's any different than prior to the prior plans, but I would like to see that addressed as well.
Thank you. Well, with respect to the water, maybe you can shed a little bit more light, because I think that what the applicant is suggesting is that as a part of its prior plans and approvals, that it had been allotted an amount of water, and that it's still living within those constraints from 2009, 10, 11.
Yeah.
And
sure. Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I have some actual figures.
Yep. Let's get some actual figures when you get a chance to respond, but I want to, Wolf, obviously as one of the commissioners for the Water District, may have some insight from their viewpoint on whether that continues to be available water from your guys' standpoint, or?
Well, first and foremost, this is not an MBD meeting here, right? So I'm not really prepared to really assess anything, and I'm certainly not speaking for the board, right? I'm one out of 5 commissioners. I do believe that the planning board usually seeks, contact with MVD, with the MVD Board of Commissioners, respectively MVD staff, to make sure that the water needs are analyzed and approved by MVD. So I would like to see that formally being revisited with this change of use. Certainly, residential apartments are going to see a different use of water consumption than
No, you're absolutely right.
than businesses do.
What we've got from this applicant is a two-step process where we've got a conditional use permit, which is the overall scheme for the property, and then later on there's site plans for the actual construction of a building. And I think it's in the site plan element where the communication about does MVD give you your magic letter that says they can supply the water. Robert, is that the right approach to it? So that it hasn't been forgotten. It's just not the stage that we're at. But certainly, if there was some disaster on the horizon with respect to water availability, knowing it now would be useful. But I understand that that's not what you're here and prepared to do tonight.
Sounds good.
As far as the other two things, the salt and impervious surface, I think that it's a discussion the board should certainly have with them. I think what we'll probably learn is the impervious surface isn't that different than some of the other proposals where they've established how they were dealing with drainage and that sort of thing. Since it's just, there were buildings before, they were just going to be used for something else. But let's hear from the applicant, and I think those are good suggestions for us to hear. We're probably not 500 yards from, what is it, wells 3 and 4?
Not only, right, and in general, as some people here know, some of the wells are really strained by road salt use, and we actually will, in fact, abandon well 3 because of sodium chloride contamination. And salt use is the primary factor why this is the case. So the community is actually paying dearly for the salt use in this area. And I'm not stating that any of the abutters or applicants here are necessarily using road salt. I just want to raise that awareness that any of these abutters here in that area should be very conscientious. Anybody that's grandfathered in should be very conscientious about salt use, and certainly those that are subject to not being able to use road salt on their property should please pay a lot of attention to not actually doing it.
My memory is, and we'll confirm it with the applicant, on this site, the lower part down here, the one we're talking about, has always been a no salt site. And that as you go up to the top towards the premium outlets, there's sort of a break in the topography where the watershed flows in the other direction. And so the parts of the outlet mall can use salt, but not the lower part and not coming down the hill. It's a good reminder for us to make sure we're paying attention to that. I think we'll hear from the applicant that they were already expecting that to be a limitation for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Who else we got? Counselor.
Good evening. Nancy Harrington, 11 Spruce Street. First of all, Gordon and Tom, you and I have both been working on this for 20 years. Right? We had a short conversation before the meeting, and I think it needs to be understood. This isn't personal. It's not personal. Tom and I disagree. Gordon and I disagree. It has nothing to do with personalities or what they think of me or I think of them. So hopefully you just stick with the facts, and that's what I'm trying to present. I have a cheat sheet here. Hopefully I can read it. First of all, obviously we have been through multiple changes over the years. And as you intimated, Mr. Best, even with this, I'm still saying now, will this come to fruition or will there be more changes? I wouldn't be surprised, and it's a sort of a wise guy response, but would a drive-through restaurant fulfill the CPU? It's restaurant, it gets smaller in size. Is it a ridiculous comment? Yes, it is, and so is this. Okay, one question I had is open space. Where's your open space? It's all paving. Well, we've got the buffer. I said, the buffer is your open space? Well, yeah. Is that where all the dogs are going to go? It's a nice open space for it. My question was, open space is really for the public, accessible use. I mean, that's what the Conservation Commission does with it. And well, that's not necessarily true. It's my understanding that open space is accessible to the public. So if they are thinking that the buffer, which is 100 feet protecting the neighborhood, is considered their open space, that really opens a big problem for the neighborhood. I really do think the MVD has to reassess their opinion. There have been a lot of changes that have occurred over the last 20 years. We're all aware of it. It has to do with not only the PFOA, but the sodium, the magnesium, all the rest. The ability to meet the need may have changed. We should not be taking an opinion that was made 20 years ago or even 15 years ago and know that it's still appropriate now. So I would like to request just a reassessment. It may come out the same, and that's fine. But I think that's not unreasonably requesting for due diligence. I really have a concern about how this whole evaluation is going to affect future requests. I think you probably know, you can't admit it, but Gilbert Crossing is watching these proceedings. They know darn well that if you give in to the density or you accept the minimal amount of commercial retail or whatever, you're not going to be able to say no to them. You are setting a precedent. So if in fact you allow this dramatic change in the configuration to happen, in my opinion, you're setting the town up for not being able to resist future ones. Probably the last thing I'll say, I have others, but the most important thing is I don't think they believe you have the right to deny them. It's very clear that the Community Development Department has provided to you their professional opinion about not only the density, but the interpretation of what the Zoning Board of Adjustments said. I believe they're saying, oh no, the zoning board said okay, therefore you can't stop us. You better not stop us. I'm requesting that you back up your Community Development Department. They're the professionals that you rely on to be able to make decisions. Remember, other developers are watching what's going on right now. And one thing I did say to Tom, I was very direct with him. I said, Tom, you own the land. I said, if you get this approved, the value of your land's really going to go up. And he says, well, I could sell it. I said, of course. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You should be able to get as much of a profit as you can. That's not an issue. But this town is not responsible for making sure you have a profit that is a certain level. We're not responsible to make sure outcomes are met. That's part of doing business, and that's the risk you take. So in my opinion, you should support the community development decision. Thank you.
Counselor. Any others?
Hi, Barb Asketh, 1 Spruce Street. There was a comment in there about how these potential added apartments would not have any adverse effects on the abutters. I don't remember the exact wording, but already as it exists now, the light from the current apartments shines over, and I mean, not that it lights up our houses, but we can certainly see the light. If there's added apartments literally right on the edge of our buffer, it's going to be like, dotted lights, and I really don't want to look out my back window at a wall of light. And as far as the buffer goes, in the wintertime, this has been brought up before, it's mostly deciduous trees. So right now I look through and I see the buildings, I see the lights. Tom had agreed before to plant some arborvitae, which he did, but most of them have died, and that was pointed out, and they still sit there dead. He did mention about replacing them when we brought that up, when Nancy and I were talking about with them before the meeting, but so I've concern about the light. I also have concern about noise. At previous meetings, we talked about balconies and whether there would be balconies, and we were told there would be no balconies. Lo and behold, the buildings that are currently there have balconies, and it looked like from the drawings that what's proposed will have balconies. That means more noise if there are balconies, especially balconies facing us, abutters. People out there in the evening, and as someone pointed out, you know, now it's going to be more evening noise, more evening light, as opposed to the business retail use that was originally proposed. So also to second on Nancy's comment about the buffer as free space. A buffer is supposed to be there as, well, I mean, the definition of buffer is a person or thing that prevents incompatible or antagonistic people, not that we're antagonistic, but, or things from coming into contact or with or harming each other. If they're saying that can be used as free space, that means presumably residents from the apartments can go wander in there, and then I have all these residents from the apartments literally in my backyard, which is not my understanding of this 100-foot buffer at all. And finally, just as a note, they mentioned that Fidelity is being required to go back to work. I just messaged a friend who works at Fidelity, and she said they're only being required 1 week out of a month, so they're not going to be back there full time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eskett. Any other abutters or citizens wish to weigh in? Beth?
My name is Beth Burns. I live at 5 Spruce Street. First and foremost, I want to thank Robert and Nelson and others, and Robert for noting, Barbara, for noting some concerns and speaking up. I greatly appreciate that. And you were speaking as a community in a town. You weren't speaking selfishly. You were speaking for all of us, and I appreciate that. And I agree with the points that have been made, and I don't want to repeat the same thing because I do agree with them, but put yourself in my shoes. I may come out and say some of the same things they said, and I'm not trying to sound repetitive, but, you know, and this isn't a competition. This isn't about, you know, and I've been more than respectful with Tom about, I understand it's his property. I understand that, okay? But he would expect me to put that aside. If situations were reversed and I own property over where he is, he'd be out of that chair darn fast about this behind the home he's worked for. And, you know, it's been a lot of work for us to try to keep Merrimack safe, quiet, peaceful, respectful. We're respectful of our neighbors, and you can't envision all these people, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, thousands of traffic coming along to a restaurant, hotel, and apartment buildings this large, and it continuing to be a safe, quiet, peaceful, safe, respectful area. And when I drive by the size of that apartment building that's already there, you know, you can look at a picture. We can look at a picture on here. I could look at a picture of a house that I might be interested in buying. The picture is not the same as seeing something in person. If you drive by the size of that apartment building as it is an apartment building you would see down in the city of Boston or New York City. It's huge. And it's right on top of the road. Then you want to put another one behind it that's even closer to us. And I'm telling you, and we've noted this, it is too dense of an area for this many buildings, for this size buildings, and still think, oh, there's plenty of parking. We have plenty of room for walking. We have plenty of room for trees and other nice landscaping to make it look attractive. We don't. And we all know that. It's been stated more than once. And, when we look in our rear view mirrors, okay, and first and foremost, I want to note too, the points we made too about our buffer. And the buffer is not going to be a private area where people do not go anywhere near it, okay? I guarantee they're going to walk their dogs along there. They're going to walk the dogs over in where the trees are, between separating them and Dunkin' Donuts. They're going to walk up where I go. I tell you something, okay? I respect the ground I walk on, no matter where I am, whether it's a neighbor's property, town property, next to a lake. It doesn't matter where Beth is, because I was brought up to be respectful and mature. I slide down a hill if I have to pick up after my dog, okay? I do. And that is going to be a concern. And people could look at it like it's not, but it is going to be a concern because of how tight that area is. And when you look at that, we have that in our rear view, objects and mirror closer than they appear. Trust me, the same applies to this area by a long shot. It's exactly the same situation. It's exactly the same. And honestly, if we allow all that to go in, okay, you know what you're looking at? A can of sardines. That's what it's going to look like there, a can of sardines, because it's so tight, honestly. That's all, every time I drive by, I think of a can of sardines. Okay, my grandfather liked a can of sardines. Beth doesn't like sardines, but that's what it looks like. Okay, in a serious note. Okay, I know it's a funny example, but it does remind me of that because that's the reality of it. That's what it would be, because it's not the area for this many things. And also with the objects and mirror closer than they appear, I want to show each of you, and if you don't mind me walking behind you, I just want to show you how close that apartment building is to us. Okay, you can look at it and drive by. Well, there's a few trees there and stuff. They can't see it. Bull. And we noted the times of the year. There could be, in summertime, the trees have more leaves. You won't notice it as much, okay? We shouldn't have to compare 12 months a year to what our view is behind the house that we spent thousands and thousands of dollars on. This is my view from my patio.
Beth, I want you to share the picture with everybody, but the narrative has to be by a microphone where people can hear you. So show us all the picture, then send the picture to Robert so he's got it for the record. Then sit down by the microphone and tell us everything we should hear.
Okay, every day. And I don't think you'd want that either. That's what it is.
Thank you.
I can go up to next to my garage and it's the same thing. You think, well, I'm a little further away because I walk closer to the front of my house. No.
Can you send your picture to Robert so
that's
he's got it for the record?
Sure. So that's just an example as to how much closer the apartment. Can I have some respect while I'm speaking, please? So that just goes to show how close it will be.
Right.
So you think it's far away, but because of the size of the building and the location of
All right, do me a favor, sit down over there and then tell us all we need to hear. And I'm not picking on you. I just want to make sure that,
No, I know
it's
what
captured
you're
for the people that are taking minutes.
No, I know what you're saying. So that's just my point. Again, I thank everybody for the points they made, and I hope the points I've made tonight and the facts I've stated can definitely be taken into consideration in our decisions. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. And thank you for sending the picture. And then obviously as the applicant, you can have access to that when it gets to Robert. Mike, you want to be next, or got another gentleman over here? Come on forward. You're up.
Sitting for so long, you end up with a cramp when you get there.
Tell me
Get
about
up and walk over. Michael Mills, 7 Arbor Street here in Merrimack. I don't want to be repetitious either, but I think in a couple areas here I may be. To begin with, there was a question that there's no definition of what a mixed-use development is. There is. This town granted a mixed-use development, and they stated that what made up that mixed-use development was office space, retail space, restaurant, hotel, an event center, and apartments. And they went into enough detail to state the size of each of those areas, each of those businesses. For instance, on the office space, they originally approved it was 93,720 feet. We're down to 5,000 feet now. That's a reduction of 95%. Gone. They said that retail space, they granted 37,400 feet of retail space. We're down to 6,500. That's a reduction of 83%. This isn't the same project that was approved years ago. We keep coming in here, and I'll speak for myself, but I'm honestly getting tired of coming in here. There was a plan that was approved. There has to be some rule that says that, okay, maybe you want to make a simple plan, like take out the wheel stops, come into the planning board. But you don't come in here and say at a previous meeting that the hotel is under construction. That was said by the developer. The hotel is under construction. I don't know if anybody's driven by there. I walk out there every day with my wife and walk out in that area. There's no hotel under construction. There's nothing under construction out there other than an apartment building and piles of dirt. It was approved to have an event center. They said, we're going to have a 5,000-foot event center. I don't even hear the word event center even brought up here at any of these meetings that we've been attending. Is it still part of the plan? What is part of the plan? Apartments where the density, I believe someone stated the density is higher than any place else in the state of New Hampshire. That is not the definition of a mixed-use development. It was very clear when it was approved. I've lived here in the town for many years. I'm a landlord. I've been a landlord going on 51 years in another couple months. I'm aware of the fact that there's a demand for apartments, and there's not a demand for apartments. You can make a lot of money one given time period where people are out there looking for apartments, and other times when there's a glut of apartments and you're stuck with vacancies, okay? You're stuck with apartments. That is not this town's problem to try to figure out, should we build more apartments? We've already done that. We've already approved the number of apartments to be built. Why are we changing it? Are we changing it so that more people, that it's such a contradiction. Everybody's working at home, but don't worry, there won't be any noise. The only noise that there might be is at night because everybody's at home during the day and there won't be any problem. We need all these different businesses here in the area. They all need a place to live because they go off to work. Well, do they go off to work, or are they working from home, or is there any continuity between what is being said and what isn't being said? I don't see that. When you look at the presentation that was made, and in particular, the portion that talks about the applicant proposes to maintain the required building setback of 200 feet. Right now, the front of the building that is already built is 600 feet. What's being proposed is instead of the building being 600 feet from the property line, the new building is going to be 200 feet from the parking, from the lot. I hear about this buffer, and I hear people talking about, well, you know, and I agree with 100%. Is that our open space? Where is the open space in this map? On this plan, there is none. If that's the open space, then through use, those trees are going to come down. People are going to be walking out there. They're going to be using that as their open space. Right now, that buffer between the access road, the emergency access road, and the property line, I can look over it. It's about that high. okay? We're going to build a 5-story building, and that's the buffer? We have a building that's 50 feet, 60 feet high with a 4 or 5 foot buffer to shield the lights and the noise going to the adjacent neighborhood? I am not in a butter, but I can walk out my front door, and I live probably 700 or 800 feet from the property line, from the property line, and the whole area is lit up. And that's before people are actually living in the building. That's before people are going out in the summertime, in the spring, onto their porches, onto their patios, onto their decks. This is before they go out there and start walking around and start making noise. You know, not intentional. Again, being a landlord, I know what noise is, but you can't be a tenant living out, staying out on your patio and not make noise. You're going to be talking. You're going to be talking to your next door neighbor. You're going to be listening to a radio. You're going to have your cell phone ringing. We're talking about approximately 60 apartments abutting our residential neighborhood. 60 apartments, 4 stories high, all lit up. Stop and think. May I ask you to please stop for a moment and just picture when you go home tonight, take a look behind your house. And not directly behind your house, look down the street. 500-600 feet down the street, and picture it all lit up. All lit up. I tried to present that to this board via some pictures that I had dropped off at the planning board. And I'm not going to go through each of those pictures, but I just want to stress that that building is 600 feet away from the property line as compared to 200 feet. Move that building up 400 feet closer to the abutters that have already spoken. There's no solution to this problem other than you cannot build an apartment building that close to a residential neighborhood. Our neighborhood is such that I know people have lived there as the original owners of those properties. And I know things change. Nobody believes that things are going to remain the same. But let them change in such a way that your neighborhood is not destroyed. Again, please, when you go home, try to picture a 5-story building behind you. Try to picture springtime with everybody standing out on the porch, having a good time. I call it a porch, it's a patio, I'm sorry. Sitting out there on their patios, having a good time, listening to the radio, listening to music, you know, talking on their telephones, and try to tell me that there is not going to be any disturbance to anybody else in the neighborhood. And not just direct abutters, but those people down the street, like where I live. The applicant goes on to say that 200-foot buffer, that's fantastic. He's talking, the applicant goes on to talk about the applicant is proposing a richly landscaped environment with ample sidewalks, common open space, and detailed landscaping. Where's the detailed landscaping? Where's the common area? If you look at one of the original plans that was approved, the buffer adjacent to the existing building in Continental Boulevard shows trees. Those trees, for the most part, were cut down. They were removed. They showed on the map, on the plan, but they've been removed. I personally went to the town and I asked, geez, on the plan, why were they cut down? Had a good answer. The plan didn't show specifically what trees were going to stay up. You're saying these dozen trees came down, but are those the dozen trees that are on the plan? Did anybody know you needed to do that? I thought that if I came in and I showed trees out there, that the trees that are there would be still standing up. We need to be careful of what gets approved. It has to be so detailed. I'm a real estate developer also. I'm too old to do a lot of these things. I've built a half dozen condo projects, couple subdivisions, a 52 lot subdivision in Nashua. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not naive about what takes place. But this does not show adequate landscaping, does not show common space, does not show anything. And then again, the proposed development will not result in a reasonable impact to adjoining properties. A 5-story building 200 feet away from someone's house, 500 or 600 feet away from the majority of the subdivision. You drive down the road to drive home, and the whole area there is lit up, and this is a building that's 600 feet away and not 200. Please, give it a lot of thought before you vote on this. Go home, look at your backyard, and say, how would I like a 5-story building behind me, or 500, 600, 700 feet down the road from me, and what effect that would have on me? The effect is everlasting. I hope everybody got a chance to look at those pictures. They're not the greatest pictures. Again, the building is 600 feet away, and we were trying to show the lights in that one building that was taken across the street from Dunkin' Donuts that shows the side of the building with all the lights on it. That is what the neighborhood is going to see. That is the back of the building that we are going to see. All lit up, hallways all lit up, 4 stories high, all the patios or all the decks all lit up, all the outside lighting that is supposed to be, they talk about dead sky lighting. This is not dead sky lighting. Go and look at it. It's lighting up the area. And that's what's being proposed behind this building. We ask for your help. Please think twice and give it a lot of thought before you vote one way or another. Thank you.
Microphone on. Thank you, Mr. Mills. I think everybody on the board has gotten a copy of these photos. And Robert, do you have a set for the file?
I don't think
one
we
of
got
these.
a set.
You didn't? Oh,
We
I'm
did
sorry.
not. No.
I thought I saw a couple of them sitting around. All right, sorry about that. Pass them around. I want to make sure that the applicant gets a chance to look at them too. All right, I will make sure everybody gets a chance to look at your pictures.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. There's a description on the back, and then the papers that are with it describe what he intended to show with those photographs. Okay, any other abutters or citizens? Come on forward, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am. I saw your hand go up and down real quick, but I already was looking for him. I'll get you're next for sure.
Hi, my name's Chuck Prano. I live at 3 Spruce. When I walk this property all the time, and I have no idea where a hotel could possibly fit on that piece of property. If you look at it from inside the apartments, the parking, the way they have to rip out pavement. I would assume they have to rip out pavement to put in a hotel. That's number one. Number two, I thought that after they built this whole thing, the common area was going to be across from it, across from our buffer, the common area, and then the apartments. I didn't realize they were going to put a whole new set of apartments right there. Kills a great, great common area for the apartments that exist. That's number two. The numbers that they shot out at us, 10,500 people within 1 mile, was it? 1.5 miles? All those people already live somewhere. They're not all going to just shoot out of their homes and move into these apartments. Also, they're trying to market these for young professionals. Fidelity. The average Fidelity salary is $72,000. You've priced them out of this. Unless they're CEOs, you've priced them out of this apartment complex. There's no way. The people that are going to move into this complex are the people who can afford $4,200 a month to move into that complex. So I'm not sure I'm buying the young professionals moving in there. I don't buy that one bit. I think you're going to get the majority. I've ran into people out there, seniors, that are looking to upgrade their lifestyle, move out of a current situation, move into here. I'm granted there's going to be young people because they have one bedroom. They have 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms in these condos. And I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure the rent is not cheap in these things. They're talking about the tax revenue of 1.7, was it 1.7 million, 1.4 million? I can't remember what the number was.
The analysis said 1.4.
1.4.
Something
That's for,
above
I'm
that.
assuming that's for all of the apartments combined.
I don't know. Let's take a look. But go ahead, keep talking.
So if it's 1.4 million, you know, and we divide that by 2, then you're talking 700 and some $1,000. Is the town going to miss that extra $700,000 of revenue for all the aggravation it's going to cause everybody else? And it's not the end of the noise that we're going to make. We're going to make more noise. It's coming. You know that, you know, the storm is coming your way. You know, I understand that they want what they want to do. And yes, if I didn't live in that neighborhood right there, I'd probably go. I've driven by the other neighborhood down Turkey Hill. There's a subdivision just to the right there where they built all these apartments. And I drove back there to see what's going to be in my backyard. And I went down there and I thought, how did these people put up with this? How did this get approved for these people to be looking at? And I think that is only 4 stories tall. How did that get approved in their backyard? And I don't even believe there's a buffer there of trees. I think it's just their backyard and then a building. And I'm just, for the life of me, I can't figure out how that happened in this town. You know, you want to preserve the way of life of this town, and then you're going to, like somebody said earlier, you're going to shoehorn a ton of people into a tight little area. As far as the noise goes, yes, there's going to be noise. There's going to be light pollution. There's no doubt. You can't get away from that. There's light pollution currently. Is it bad? It's tolerable for me from where I sit. And I sit right, if you're looking at the apartments, I sit basically just to the left wing of it. But I can see everything. And most of the light that I see for right now comes from the stairwells. It doesn't come from the apartments because they're not occupied at this time. So I'm not seeing the porch lights coming on. Now you're talking, I don't know how many apartments are in there that are facing inward. Because they face inward, they face outward. But the inward ones would be the problem that we would have currently when people start flipping porch lights on. That's going to quadruple the amount of light pollution that we have currently. You remember, it was dark there before any of this happened. It was beautiful. Then they built this, and I thought, oh boy, this is going to be something. And now they want to add another one. And like somebody said, in our backyard, when right now they have the perfect open space area right in front of those apartments. It's absolutely perfect. Plant some trees there, place for them to walk dogs. If they have dogs, they don't need to go through the buffer. If they decide to go through the buffer, like somebody said, eventually the trees won't grow. They're going to trample through that. You have how many? We're talking 400 some units, and just say 1/3 of those, 1/4 of those have dogs. Where are they going to walk them? They're not going to walk them outside. There's no grass out there to walk them in that property. They have to walk them somewhere. And there's going to be, like somebody said earlier, there's going to be the problem of what's going to happen with all the dog waste. Where's that going to go? Are people just going to leave it? If I lived in an apartment, I would just leave it. Why would I want to go pick it up? It doesn't bug me. I can just leave it, go back to my apartment, and be happy with my dog. And let somebody else deal with it. So those are the concerns that I have. Like I said, I'm not sure if the $700,000 revenue that we're going to lose as a town because they don't build another 200 and some apartments is worth the aggravation that all the neighbors are going to continue to come here and cause you guys. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Okay, ma'am, you're next. Even if other people want to talk, you're still next.
Hi, Morgan Tilton. I live at 15 Spruce Street. I just had a question actually for parking. So you said there were how many parking spots?
So I got to force you to ask us questions, and then we'll ask them when it's their turn to come back.
So for the parking, there's outdoor parking and underneath parking.
There
It's
is.
my understanding that you have to pay if you want underneath parking.
I don't know what their circumstance will be, but it wouldn't affect how we approached it from a planning board standpoint.
So what if people don't want to pay for the parking and there's not enough outdoor parking?
Yeah. the applicants would have the amount of parking, whether the people that are in there are choosing to use it or not. But I do get the point that you're making.
Okay. And then for the event center, I understand you would probably need a hotel if it was for weddings and everything like that. People would be using the hotel. I don't understand why you try and make something smaller if you're trying to bring more people to the area. I also have kind of a comment for affordable housing. You, like Barbara said earlier, you could make 900 apartments. People need housing in this area. They don't necessarily want to pay that. It's more of an affordable housing problem. And I live on the corner. My mortgage is half of what the rent is for these. I don't consider that really affordable housing. Again, people who work in the area already live in the area. It's not, there's no new businesses yet that are kind of bringing more people to this area that are able to afford that. So I think adding more to where I don't even think it's full yet and kind of what people are really looking for is going to help our area at all. Living there, I also do have a problem with the lights already. I am in the far corner and I already do see lights, and that's just from the further away hotel. So that being said, I know there are a lot of neighbors that are a lot closer and they have lights that are directly in their backyard. I see it kitty corner in my backyard and I already foresee that being a problem. We had it all completely dark before. It was nice. I do see DCU in my backyard. That's something that's unavoidable. Adding more light to that is my whole backyard's already lit up and I'm in a corner. Their yard's already lit up and it's the further away hotel that's the apartments that are already there. So if you're going to add something even closer, we're going to all have to have room darkening shades in the middle of the night. That's not even necessary. And I don't also know any retirees, again, back to the affordable housing, that are moving there. They're all trying to downsize. They paid off their houses. They don't have mortgages. They don't want to pay double, triple than what they're already paying. So I don't know anyone that would stay in town if they already are in town to move into something more expensive. So I don't see that kind of helping our town, really.
Understood. Anything else?
I think that's it so far.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much for your comments. Are there any other abutters or citizens who wish to weigh in? Okay, then let's close the public hearing and have the applicant come back up. Come on, Gordon and Mr. Monahan, if you choose to. Let me just open up the floor and invite you to respond to anything that you heard that you choose to, and then we'll have questions and discussion for you.
Yeah, I guess I can start with the MVD question. There was, back in when we got the original approval for the Merrimack Premium Outlets project, an allocation that was devoted to the entirety of the property, which included this property. And there were shared facilities with respect to fire protection and, a fire tank that was installed because we found that there wasn't adequate flow at the time to support the development. So, and that average daily flow was pinned at 137,000 gallons per day. Now, I believe that that's a contract. So they're contractually obligated to provide that amount of water it's allocated. It's not presumed, it's allocated. Right now, MPO, or Merrimack Premium Outlets, uses 17,200 gallons per day based on actual usage. And the first phase of Park Place would use 64,000 gallons per day. And that would leave approximately 50,500 gallons per day of that allocation. And we're estimating that phase two, or what's proposed in this amendment, would add approximately 37,000 gallons per day of demand, which leaves, it's below the 50,000, so it still leaves 15,000 gallons per day. If Merrimack Premium Outlets has a has an approval to build an additional 140,000 square feet, which is approximately 25% of what they have built out there. If it follows through with, the allocations, the overall development would still be well below the allocation that was agreed to originally. So that's kind of the long and the short of the water issue. We have had, or VHB has had discussions with Brian Hyken, who is, I think, the executive director of the Waterworks, and he said there's no particular capacity issue except during the summer when they have odd even watering days, and he'd appreciate it if we didn't have irrigation. So that's the water. Sewer, there's a concomitant increase in sewer demand based on the increased water demand, because what goes in comes out eventually. And so there is the sewer plant operates at approximately 40% of available capacity. So there's lots of capacity at the plant. There may be some restrictions in the distribution system that we will have to address when we get there, but that's not insoluble. There are a number of different options for dealing with that. So that's the utility thing. We understand the salt limitation thing. That's certainly an issue. It has been an issue, an ongoing issue. Just for the record, early on in the development, there was somebody went out and collected some rock salt from our driveway and alleged that that Merrimack Premium Outlets was spreading salt. And in fact, it was only on the, during a snowstorm, you've got white roads, right? If DOT salts or if anybody salts, you have wet roads. And all of the roads or the driveway coming up into the site was wet coming in and white going out. So that indicates that the vehicles were carrying salt from the DOT road. So we continue not to, to abide by, or MPO continues to abide by the regulations that, or the agreement that says that we're not going to use any salt on this, on the lower portion of the site within the aquifer protection area. So I guess, it boils down to, lighting, buffers, density. And I hear what I hear what the concerns are. I think it's important to recognize that there is an approved plan for this site that has a certain level of development, including the restaurant and hotel pad, which have been partially constructed to vest, in terms of vesting the plan. So we're proposing a level of development that is less intense than that previously approved plan. So I would just sort of frame it in that context. And I think that's about it. Nelson, we can address any kind of specific concerns you have about the fiscal impact study. It's quite a comprehensive document, and it was based on actual discussions with town staff and the assessor, and the appropriate I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. I don't have the details of that, but we can certainly get them to you if you have specific questions about that. In terms of the traffic, Ms. Healy indicated that she had some concerns about traffic capacity in the roadway. VHB is a very capable transportation engineer, and notwithstanding the fact that I worked there for almost 20 years, it also, it doesn't really color my impression of them. If Robin Bauza says it works, I certainly have no reasons to doubt that. And It has worked in previous iterations. It is less traffic in this iteration, and it will work in this iteration. And we're certainly welcome to have Fussin O'Neill or whoever the town chooses assess that, review that assessment and weigh in on the appropriateness of the analysis. I think that's all I have, actually. So I'd be happy to answer any additional questions that the board might have.
Thank you, Gordon, for the comments on the various items that were raised, and there may be some others that we remember from their presentation that we'll ask you about. With respect to the water and whether there's some contractual rights to an allocation of water, all of that will come out in the wash, so to speak, because ultimately
We need to get a letter.
you gotta get the letter, and if the district feels they're obligated to give you water, or they feel like they don't, then you and they will have a fight, and it'll all come out somehow. And from the planning board standpoint, we just ask you for your magic letter, and with that, I think that your comments as to the sewer capacity are correct, and the town does have excess sewer capacity for the ability to connect with a thing like that. But again, that would just be, the magic letter. Get the letter saying that they've got the capacity and you can hook up, and that would solve that problem when you get to the site plan review. Right. Right now what we're talking about is the conditional use permit. Do you meet the criteria that are in there? The salt use, I don't know if anybody had sort of, you had mentioned that somebody had made a report and, gathered some homebrewed evidence and as to what was going on with salt use. And other than you telling that story, I hadn't heard that before. I hadn't heard that there was
They
particular
actually
complaints
delivered
about it.
crystals to our office.
Pretty good. But obviously the salt use is a thing, and you would expect, as you've done with other approvals on this site, is you always get our no salt, no de-icing compounds restriction for this. I guess the place that I'm probably most inclined to disagree with you is the notion that what's proposed is less intense than what's been proposed in the past. And the number of housing units per acre in our regulations at various points permits something like 6 or 7 per acre. Because this is a conditional use permit and you approach that differently, we were already in the low 30s per acre with what's already approved, the ones that are already under construction, almost built. And this would put us at 60 something units per acre. And this is just a massively huge impact.
And with all due respect, I guess I look at density. I look at density differently, and I look at it as a measure of, can the site accept it? Can you provide adequate parking and pedestrian circulation and any amenities? And we can certainly talk about those kinds of things. But 190,000 square feet of retail of office, and 60,000 square feet of restaurant or retail is demonstrably more intense in terms of traffic, which is certainly one measure of looking at it. This is like, this application proposes something on the order of 60% of the 40% reduction in peak hour traffic.
See, but when you talk about office space being, in your view, demonstrably more intense, we don't regulate the number of employees a company could have. I have no idea how many employees go to Budweiser or Getinge or any of these others, but we do talk about housing units per acre and that impact, and sort of blurring the lines between those and saying, well, count the number of cars or whatever and it's equal. That isn't an apples to apples comparison. Different times, different uses, different impacts, the way that people approach it. Housing is different than the daytime activity of a workforce. And we don't even ask an employer, other than, do you have enough parking spaces for your employees? An upper limit on how many people you could have per acre at your job site, right?
Right. There are coverage, there are lot coverage requirements, which I believe we will meet in this proposal. There are, I mean, with respect to office, you're absolutely right. The limitations are not on number of employees per se, but there are intensity of use limitations that, come down through parking and open space requirements and all of that stuff. So, and I believe that we meet all of those requirements with this residential use. So that's my only point, is that to me, from a planning perspective, it's kind of irrelevant what the net density might be, because I mean, you can like carve off the way your ordinance works, and I'm probably not telling you a thing, but the way that your ordinance works is that it contemplates discrete uses on discrete lots, and that's kind of anathema to what mixed use is. This is an integrated development with multiple uses on different
I wish
lots.
it was, but
Well, it is.
I'm not really persuaded that it is, but okay.
Well, let me put it this way: it's as integrated as the currently approved development plan is. It's actually more integrated than the currently approved development plan is. I think we made a huge improvement by changing the sort of suburban style restaurant pad in the middle of a parking lot into an urban streetscape as we had originally proposed. So, and there are pedestrian connections to adjacent sites. There are that don't exist today, or didn't exist prior to this project. There is a pedestrian connection to Merrimack Premium Outlets, although, integration of Merrimack Premium Outlets and the bank parcel and this site that was never really a requirement, actually, when we did that original proposal. We were just looking for an appropriate use for this particular site and came up with the hotel and the restaurants and event center. That then was subject to the new zoning that allowed mixed uses, and hilarity ensued. So, I mean, the reality is that Mr. Monahan is trying to build something here, and there simply isn't a market for what is on that approved plan.
So,
I mean, I guess if this proposal is not appropriate, then perhaps some additional, direction from the town as to, what it is that might be, because we could take a look at that. But right now, Mr. Monahan is paying $3 million in assessed valuation for
12 million.
Well, I'm talking about just the 4 acres.
Okay, right, which was 6 million.
So, I mean, be great if that turned into open space, but I can tell you right now, it's not going to be assessed at $6 million.
That's a good point in the conversation for me to pick up on something that the neighbors had brought up that I don't necessarily agree with. I don't think that you're obligated to keep this piece of your property vacant and that you can't do anything with it. It's a matter of the intensity of what you do with it and what impact it may have on the neighbors. I think that perhaps something smaller that also had a little bit of green space, a little bit of utility, not utility, but a little entertainment space for recreation and that sort of thing could well be an appropriate thing. The 4-story apartment building on top of apartment deck, and I know that some of the members of the public were talking about a 5-story building, but when we were doing balloon tests, it wasn't a 5-story building. It is taller than what it was before. Some of it is gaining some perspective from seeing what's been built there before. As I ride past the site, as I look here today, that is a big building and it is awfully close to the road. And there certainly aren't any trees in the space between it and Continental Boulevard that provides any screening at all. And there really ain't any space to put trees there that are going to create screening. And so some of it's learning from what was built versus what we reviewed last time, what we thought it would look like and come out like. This is a very intense use that you've got proposed here. And that's the challenge that I have. I know that you have this view that it's well integrated. I'm still not persuaded or convinced by that. I know Robin does fantastic work with traffic studies, but realize that in the discussion today, we've talked about 10,000 something jobs within a mile. And then you said everybody's going to get on the interstate and leave right by the exit because it's so close. Well, it's one or the other.
Or they're going to be on the interstate or on these local roads coming directly to here. I mean, a mile trip is not,
a mile trip is
we haven't
nice and
done
short,
we haven't
but-
done origins destination, so I can't be clear about that.
But in terms of how it fits in with the community and the requirements of the CUP, it does matter whether we're talking about people who we get on the interstate and drive to Massachusetts, or people that are here in our community and those 10,000 jobs that are there, which frankly have always been there, apartments or not. Those things matter to the analysis, and so.
Well, I mean, from an analytical standpoint, from the local traffic perspective, I mean, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about integration with the community, or this development's place in the community, and you're talking about the nuts and bolts of a traffic analysis. The nuts and bolts of a traffic analysis are agnostic as to where that traffic is coming from. To a degree. They're saying that peak hour traffic, they can make a stab at where people are coming from and going to in terms of directionally. Like I said, we have a 60% or a 40% reduction in the number of peak hour trips. And peak hour trips are what the critical operational aspect is, particularly with Fidelity across the street, which has, as was previously mentioned, 7,200 people in climbing. I mean, they're going to add.
But Fidelity isn't the site you got to be integrated with and
No,
integrated in the community. I mean, does anybody at the outlet mall that works out there at Old Navy or something, can they afford one of these apartments and live there? Would they ever?
Probably not. But that's what I'm saying is that from a traffic perspective, it's better not to have a big office trip generator in this particular location, simply because it would be in direct conflict with the 7,200 people that work directly across the street who are coming and going at roughly 8 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the evening. So during weekdays. So, it's a more balanced traffic demand to have, residential in the grand scheme of things, in the context, is a better balanced approach to traffic. In terms of whether the 10,000 people who work near here would or could or do live at this location. Well, they don't, because there hasn't been any residential anywhere near here except for Sargent Acres, which is all single family homes. So
there's exit 11's got a massive new apartment complex down past Anheuser-Busch towards the Nashua border. There's another massive new apartment complex. In addition to which, across the street, the what's the development that's on the other side behind the Battery Place and Dunkin' Donuts and all that keeps adding new condominiums all the time. Mallard Point or something
all I
like
can
that.
say is that local employers have been highly supportive of this plan. So, for what it's worth.
I don't doubt that there's a need, and I think that one of the abutters was on point with suggesting that you're not in the workforce housing category. But I don't doubt that there's a need for apartments. The question is, do we solve all of that need on one site, or is this site with 200 and some odd apartments enough of a contribution to the housing stock?
432.
You want it to be 432. What's it today?
Oh, 224 is what they have.
224.
Yeah.
or something, you know, modestly around that number. Is that enough of a contribution for a site of this size? And, you know, somebody else with some other parcel somewhere else can contribute some more with their parcel. And again, we're open to apartments in this town. We are not tough on the review of apartments. We realize there's a need.
You have been so far.
Today it is, but it's not because it's apartments. It's because it's a lot of apartments on a parcel with already a lot of apartments.
Yeah.
So, anyway, at some point we've got to figure out where our night's going and what's our next step from here. And I don't know if you've got some thoughts or suggestions on where we go.
One of my issues is the variances expires in, I think, is
End
it
of March.
End of March. So timing is important. One way or another, timing is important. I suppose I could go back to the zoning board. My preference is not. My preference is to be building.
Yeah.
But
Robert, can you weigh in on that? What's the situation with variances and what can be done, if anything, to make sure we're not rushed into a decision?
So there is a 2-year sunset clause. If he were to secure a CUP approval, that would probably vest the variance, so there wouldn't be anything, any risk of expiration at that point. I have to check the exact language in the ordinance to see if just making an application kind of vests that. I'm not entirely positive. I think there's more leeway for that if you're actually showing progress, like putting in an application. So I just want to check that real quick.
Thank you, Robert. While you're also reading that, let me ask you a separate question or to weigh in on a thing. Some kind of a question that seems to be brewing in the background is whether the relief granted by the ZBA deals with the density question, or whether that's still as it would normally be within our purview. And I know what I think, but I want to know what you think from the department standpoint.
The ZBA decision allowed up to 208, but the planning board does have the final say because of the uniqueness of
Because of the
mixed-use CUP.
And I thought their approval was also conditioned specifically on allowing us the liberty to approach a CUP and site plan as we always would.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, that's
Is there
right.
any-
I'm sorry if I might have misspoken, but that's our understanding as well.
Okay, good.
The difference is that we believe that the density question falls fully under the requirements of the criteria of the conditional use permit. That's the nuance there. So to the degree that we meet the criteria in the conditional use permit, I believe that we meet the requirements for a conditional use.
We'll see sort of how our decision making plays out and whether that becomes an issue that is sharp and requires resolution, or it doesn't. But okay, so Robert's taking a look at what we can know about variances, and obviously I wouldn't put my board in a position to rush through a decision based on that. And if you've had a variance for 2 years and you come here on month 21, yeah.
Well, in
take some
fairness, we were
chances.
here 3 months ago, so.
April.
Or April.
Board members, do you have any sense of direction for where you want to go tonight with things? Robert, do you have an answer?
Yeah, so it does say that you need to have a planning board approval in hand. However, there is an avenue available to go to the ZBA and request extension of the expiration. It says in no case, no sooner than 90 days prior, but no later than 30 days prior. So really next month's meeting.
So they'd be in the slot where they'd have to do that if they wanted to
Next
do that.
month, yeah.
I feel like there's some information that we talked about with respect to traffic and some other reviews that perhaps isn't before us tonight for making us prepared to make a decision. I don't know what you guys think, or maybe we should talk about that out loud and know what those things are that we think that we need. Or if you disagree and you think you know everything you need to know and you want to make a motion and vote, then we can take that up. What's the will of the board? Nelson?
I would like to have some discussion at some point about the impact, fiscal impact analysis that was done. Okay, I think I have some questions in there, and
Yeah. So does,
Yeah.
Would it be appropriate to have Mr. Disco write those questions down and we can submit a memo in addition perhaps to having Mr.
I could do
Fougere
that. I could do
available?
that. I would be okay with that.
I think
I don't know whether the
that
chair would be
plus-
okay with that, but
that plus have someone that can speak to the fiscal analysis here next time.
Yep.
And because we'll have other questions that pop
Yep.
up from the rest of us.
Yep.
Just to understand it, and I want to make sure that the public can have their chance to raise any
Yep.
questions that they want to have about it. I only breezed through the fiscal analysis as I looked through the materials today, but I assume that this is the whole report.
yes, it
That
is.
we've got here. And Robert, has that fiscal analysis been peer reviewed?
It has not yet. Staff indicated they did not have the time to go into full detail on that or the traffic study. Also pending how the board felt they were going to proceed with the application. They feel that peer review would be needed for both of those items. That has not been initiated yet either.
Okay. So I certainly would want to see those results. I would anticipate from the track record that we've seen from being on the board for 10 years that it'll turn out to be what you say it is.
Yeah, right.
I expect it will too.
That doesn't necessarily address, Tim's comments on how this meets the criteria and my overall sense about just being more development than a site this size could handle without having some impacts on the neighbors. That's really where my mind is.
That's a tough one. Yeah.
You had a hand up. Yes, please.
Just a clarifying question. So has the hotel and the restaurant begun construction?
Yes.
They have.
No.
Well, the restaurant and the hotel have not, the buildings have not begun construction. There's significant site work that's been completed. So utilities, pavement, and so forth. So the buildings have not been constructed.
And
But,
when are they expected to start to be?
well, we would have started prior to this, but here we are. So we're in essence, we are amending the approved site plan for the hotel and the restaurant as a part, pursuant to this application.
Okay.
So if we get approval here, then we go kind of one direction. If we don't get approval here, then perhaps we'll go in a different direction.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Other comments, questions? Okay, so understanding more about the fiscal impact is information that we'd like to have. We'd like to have some results of peer review on that, plus the traffic. Is there other information that the board would like to see or collect that the applicant can provide for us? I am happy to suggest that we continue and come back, but I want to know that there's an objective to that. It's not just, I don't feel like making a decision tonight, so can I punt, right? So if there's things that we need, let's tell the applicant what to do for us. Please.
One more question. I really do want to go to bed. My bedtime
Me
is
too.
9.
Me too.
Is there an other space, and I'm just thinking this, and on the outlet up above that you could build apartments, kind of like the one behind Shaw's? I don't know how that one ended up there, but I'm just thinking, is there another space beyond right there that would be away from the public? But that's all I'm thinking.
Just, if I may.
Yeah, please.
There was a time when I was the owner up there. Now I'm not. I owned the property in the 90s and into the sale to Simon, the outlet people. But so I do not own the property now. So they wouldn't be too happy if I started building.
Thank you.
Robert, have any thoughts about things that we've talked about here tonight that we want to make sure we get from the applicant? Or?
It's just From what I understand, at least from where I sit, you're looking for us to commence peer review for the traffic and the fiscal studies.
That's certainly where the discussion has been, but that won't shed any light on the real question in my mind, which is this question about density and impact and intensity. And I don't want to necessarily send the applicant down a $10,000 rabbit hole to get peer review if it will answer a different question than the one that I need to sort of be satisfied with in terms of voting for the CUP. That's my vote. That's I don't speak for everybody else, obviously.
When they go before zoning to get the, renewal of their variance, are they not going to address the density?
Probably in the same way that they did before, which is the zoning board gave them approval for up to a certain amount, subject to us doing our thing.
You just want to extend the time. Bob, could you clarify for me what you would ask them to do to satisfy your?
That's really what I'm not sure how to answer myself.
Okay.
So my concern is that there's too many apartments in too large of a building on the site, and there aren't any other amenities, and the reduction in the commercial space has rendered it where the commercial space is almost insignificant on here. And it doesn't have that integration. It doesn't have that master plan kind of a thing. And none of that is helped along by saying that the traffic study passed peer review or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what to tell the applicant to go do or change to affect that sense that the site is just overloaded in this plan. And obviously the applicant doesn't want to hear the suggestion to say do less on your site, because that's always a choice. But obviously they proposed what they think they need or they think they want for the site. If we had as we sat here tonight, satisfactory results on a financial study and a satisfactory results on parking, it wouldn't affect where my mind is, which is to say I'd probably vote no. And it's too much on one side. It doesn't meet the criteria for the same reasons that Tim outlines in his memo. It is so far more dense of a residential development than anywhere else in town by far. It already was more far. I don't think that there's another one in town that's more than 15 per acre, and I think that's the one down by the Nashua border. Crossing has got more acreage, a lot more acreage. It was already more than double what I think was the next most dense property, and we want to double it again to 60-ish units per acre, and that's just a very intense residential use. That's
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of clarification, that I think that we are in. I mean, first of all, we're kind of in a do loop on this discussion, but there's a difference between net density. I mean, if you want to make the number high, we can make it like, if you take like the area of the building and divide by the number of units, you get a very high number, right? But that's not how density is normally understood. So currently the residential density on the property, which is 20 acres, it's 224 units. I'm no engineer, but that is approximately 20 units per acre, or 10 units per acre. So talking about 30 or 60 or whatever is a completely a red herring, because it doesn't relate to anything. So, I mean, you might have another development someplace else that has, 200 units on 20 acres, but doesn't have anything else on it. I mean, granted, that is a measure of the impact of intensity of use, but that's what I was trying to get at with the overall intensity of use is what we need to be thinking about, in my opinion. That being said, do we have a number in mind? I mean, I guess
for residential density, yeah, that's a tough puzzle. Now, first of all, I do think about density as exactly that: how much stuff by how much area. I don't know another way to calculate density.
Right.
Now, it seems to be that Tim's calculation starts with 13 something acres and you've got 20 something acres, and I don't understand the difference between the two.
The
Maybe you
difference is the parcel is the parcel. He's using net density. I'm talking about, I'm talking about overall density. So, I mean, he's not incorrect, but
Well, are
it's
there
not the
13
way you
acres
think
or are there
about
20
any other
acres? I mean,
development in town.
I don't understand the comparison. Are there 13 acres or are there 20 acres?
There are 20 acres.
Okay, so why does Tim use 13 in his
That's an
calculation?
excellent question. I mean, he's using the residential land.
So the hotel and the things that are not residential
are
he's-
not part of
he's-
that calculation.
He's saying that those acres don't count in this density.
Correct.
Well, it certainly would make some sense that the hotel's footprint and its curtilage, so to speak, is not residential. It's for a different use.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that he's making a particular he's making a particular statement.
I mean, and one way to look at density is the fact that it is condominiumized into 4 parcels. So the 2 of them have residential on them. How many acres are those 2? But either way,
right.
Density can sometimes be about, supporting the amount of septic systems and parking spaces that you need. Sometimes it's about, what is the community's, what does it look like as you drive through town? And, do we have high density apartments that are in those kinds of numbers for those kinds of acres? Or does this sort of stand out as being something really strange for our community to do something that's this dense?
Okay.
What is the community standard?
I would push back in this way. What is approved as a not as a site plan, but as a master site development plan is the residential building as constructed, the hotel to be constructed, a standalone restaurant to be constructed, and a building that is maybe undetermined as to how tall it is, but it's at least 4 stories, that has 100,000, round numbers, 100,000 square feet of office and 80,000 square feet or 60,000 square feet of retail and restaurant, backed up by a 7-story parking garage. So, I mean, apples to apples, that's why what I'm talking about with comparing intensity is valid, because that's as impactful to the community, if you will, or as different from what is elsewhere in the community as what we're proposing now.
But from planning goals and from master planning the community, I know you know our master plan because you helped write it. If I sit at work, I need 100 square feet and a place to park my car. When I'm at home and it's the place where I live, people want and need bigger spaces for their residents than they do for their business. And being compact and being high density for a business purpose is pretty acceptable, pretty normal. It's probably not even 100 square feet per employee. It's probably something like
It depends on what
65 square feet per
Depends
employee.
on what it is. It's more like 100. It's more like 200 square feet, but whatever.
Um,
I mean,
and
we can
certainly
go
not
around and
200
around. We can go circular. This is all circular discussion. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, what in your mind, collective hive mind, might be acceptable on this site, given the fact that you have like this major use that is, as it turns out, no longer feasible.
Well, it's a difficult question to answer, and fortunately for us and unfortunately for you, we get the cop-out answer that we don't have to design
Yeah,
your
right.
site for you. We just have to judge what's in front of us, right? And so I don't know what size building fits there and does well. All I know is the one that's on the plan in front of me is enormous.
And the other question is, would having a portion of this new building be affordable? Would that change any of the calculation?
Not in terms of just the impact of having so many people living in a small place to me. I mean, I didn't really know what your rents were in the other place. We didn't talk about them being market rate or workforce housing. And honestly, I think if you're able to do luxury housing, great, go for it. But it not in terms of us having like some kind of a performance-based zoning where you get a density bonus the way you would do with that kind of a thing by having, you know, workforce housing or elderly housing or, you know, that sort of thing. Not in my mind, but maybe for others.
Are we allowed to give our opinion?
Of course you can.
Okay. Well, I know with this stuff, it's sensitive. Obviously, we can't tell you, you know, this is the board's perspective
What to
because
do,
it's
yeah.
not, right? And you can do whatever you want to do legally on your property, obviously. So I live on Cambridge Drive. I'm not a direct abutter, but I'm very close to this project. Drive by it at least twice a day. I understand what you're saying from the macro perspective, right? If I was working at Fidelity, I know plenty of people that work at Fidelity. I know people that are renting apartments from you that work at Fidelity. There's no good place to eat lunch, right? Fidelity has a cafeteria. I'm sure BAE has a cafeteria. I know me personally, I want to get the hell out of the office for a couple hours. You know, I used to go get coffee just to get out, right? So right now your options are Qdoba, you have the Starbucks there. The mall has horrible food options in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
And then a Dairy Queen. I think you guys can crush in the fast casual segment as well as something higher end after dinner, right? Like you're done your business meeting, you have the hotel where people flew in to, you know, be in the area. They want a scotch and have a team meeting, right? Something like that. I personally, when your property was for sale, wrote to Del Fresco's trying to get them to put a Del Fresco's grill on your site because I think that's what we need. We have, you know, not a ton of higher end things besides Buckley's, which is kind of in a different area of town. So that's my, you know, thoughts. I think if you were to do like a strip mall almost with smaller retail units, which I know is probably not the, you know, in terms of NOI, the highest and best use there, but it would also shield light coming through the buffer, right? Because you have a building there. So I do think that you guys can do something that it may reduce the overall project's gross, you know, profit income, if you will, but can still generate quite a lot of money and make it successful. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you,
Thank
Brian.
you.
As you were kind of talking about that, I don't know the restaurant that you mentioned, but it does occur to me that in the last handful of years, you know, we've opened up quite a few restaurants in Merrimack and people sort of wonder whether there's the demand. I promise you, Thirsty Moose is doing just great. And Hayward's out in the parking lot and the Thai restaurant and you know, maybe being fifth in line behind that bunch isn't a great place to be, but there is demand for those restaurants and other people are finding the tenants to go into their place for those kinds of restaurants. And just saying that, you know, we ought to push all of that aside and as a board, forget about whatever the you know, ordinary goals we should be and accept that, you know, you don't have any other options other than a huge amount of residential in there. Harvey, you had a hand up? I'm sorry. Thought you had.
Yeah, I was going to say that even, you know, waiting for the physical impact study doesn't change the density issue.
Right,
So
yes.
it's kind of a moot point, all things considered. And when you break down how many people are even in a one-bedroom unit, right? And then you multiply, I live on an acre of land. I can't even imagine all of those people living in 1 acre of land. So the density doesn't go away. And that's the bottom line. So unless you have a plan to resolve the density issue, restaurant would be nice.
Yeah, I think retail restaurants are the way to go.
Of course, you say as many
This
one
is the
things as you
last
want.
thing I'm saying. Have you been down to Third Ave in Burlington?
Yes.
Like that, when I saw Merrimack Park Place, that's exactly what I pictured, what, like way back before it was even built. And even looking at some of your images tonight, like I still see that, but in reality, I don't see that. And I can tell you from the Third Ave down there, that whole section, which to me is a mixed use. It's got the apartments, it's got the hotel, restaurants, stuff, all kinds of high-end stuff, is all Wegmans, always packed, always. Like even in the winter, people are outside. So to me, that was the vision that I really first thought when I saw that. So I don't know if, and I totally agree. There's nowhere for if you're going to bring in all these young professionals, what are they going to do? Where are they going to go? There's nowhere to go. So that's all.
Okay. We've got to figure out what we're going to undertake tonight versus maybe another visit in the future, or how do we sort of conclude our proceedings here? Gordon, do you have thoughts or suggestions on what you would like to see happen?
Well,
Other than we'd all
I
vote
have
yes?
thoughts about what I'd like to see happen, but I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, I don't know whether the issue is that we're up against this time frame. So, what we could do is we could table to the 7th, and we can figure out if there's anything we can do with regard to the, Robert, when's the deadline for application to the ZBA for the February meeting?
I want to say it's February 1st to for the February 24th meeting. I just looked at it this morning.
I mean, that would work. So why don't we do that? And then if we can table this to the 7th, we can figure out if there's any modification we might want to make to the plan. We can figure out if we can, we can answer your questions with regard to the fiscal impact study. I mean, that's not going to be a peer review, but at least it'll get us on that road, and we can decide whether we want to go forward with an extension from the ZBA. I think that's the most equitable thing to do. I mean, having heard what the concerns are, the legitimate concerns of the neighbors, the legitimate concerns of the board. I mean, I think that we need to take a close look at this and figure out how we're going to proceed.
I think that makes some sense to me. Let me offer one more thought that may help as you guys debrief after the meeting tonight. I said this at one of the prior meetings, and it relates to some of the things from the butters about feeling like the plan keeps changing and why can't we live with the old plan and all of that. My approach to anybody changing their plans on any proposal in town is you absolutely have the right to, but I'm going to judge it as if it was the initial plan and on a blank parcel, and would I have approved it if this is what you had laid out for me on day one? And today, if you had 20 empty acres and you said, here's what I want to do, I wouldn't have voted for it. I wouldn't have approved it. So think of it in those terms, like if it not just as a modification or a next step or an add-on to these things, because that's where it sort of feels like project creep.
And I've heard, I mean, that was in Tim's memo. It was also, I mean, I've heard that sort of anecdotally. I wasn't at the meeting where you actually said that, but with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, this is not a new plan. I mean, there are pipes in the ground. There's infrastructure in place. There are approvals in place, both from the state standpoint and, stormwater design and all that good stuff. So we have constraints that are developed through that mechanism, right? So I hear what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying, but the fact is that this is not a new plan.
I'm not talking about ignoring the infrastructure that's there, and obviously you've got to accommodate that, but you can't use an iterative process to get to a place that you couldn't have gotten to on step one.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough.
That's not fair to the neighbors.
Fair
At the
enough.
same time, I'm not going to tell you you can't make changes to your plans ever because one time in the past you said a thing. That's not the way this works
Right,
either.
right.
But you can't get to a place by creeping there that you
Right.
wouldn't have been able to get to in one step.
Duly noted.
All right, board members, I guess, unless you've got more comments or questions, it's appropriate to have a motion to continue them till February 7th with no further notice to abutters.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
There was a water study that was going to be done, I thought, was presented by the water department, whether that was.
Mike, I'd be glad to fill you in on that separate after the meeting, but it does have an answer, but it's not one for the planning board to decide. But I'll catch you in a
There
second.
should be requirements that they be submitted before the February 7th meeting.
Yeah. It won't be related to the conditional use permit. It would be related to a site plan review when and if that ever comes forward.
Well, that's like
But there's,
review require common areas to be shown on the map, or require the landscaping to be shown on there. Will it show anything that the neighbors brought up?
stay tuned. Watch what we do and watch what they do, and we'll see how it all develops.
Again, I mean, how many meetings are we going to attend? We have another meeting in what, 3 more weeks?
We do. Thanks, Mike.
You're
So, the motion passes to continue to February 7th, and we'll see you then.
Did we finish the vote? I don't believe we did.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Any abstaining? You don't want to continue it?
No.
I'm sorry.
And I'd like to request an amendment to that abutters are notified to the new date.
All right. Let's see what the discussion is from folks. Okay, so the motion passes 6-1 as it stood. And Barbara would offer a new motion to suggest that we ought to provide notice to abutters. That would be a very unusual thing for us to do that we haven't done
and
before.
unfortunately, at this point, with the motion to continue it having already passed, we can't go back. The hearing is now closed. So that's
Yep. I think that there's other reasons why we would land where we landed, even if we had some obstruction to the vote in terms of not providing additional notice to abutters. With that in mind, the last thing on our agenda tonight is the consideration of the minutes from January 3rd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Mr. Monahan. And thank you to all the butters who provided a ton of information to us tonight.
Not to drag this meeting on, but discussion and other items of concern.
Oh, sure. Let's do that.
So,
go ahead.
So one of the things that was brought up, obviously, was we don't have a noise ordinance. Is that something that we have the power to try and put together?
That would be something that the town council would propose, and I don't even know if it would need some sort of public vote, but from a planning board standpoint, it doesn't have, it's not within our reach, other than to make a suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, I think we would have. I know at one time we discussed as a planning board.
We may have discussed it, but that's police powers. That's like deciding whether the speed limit ought to be 35.
That is true. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
town council.
All right. That's fine.
You know, if somebody had something that was noisy, like a lawnmower or a, machine or something like that, that doesn't necessarily tie to anything that we do or we would approve or consider. If their motorcycle didn't have any tailpipes on it or something like that, it's not our game.
We had an issue with a gun club at one time that raised the noise issue, and we looked into it, and the gun club went away, so we solved the problem that way.
I don't know. There certainly can be things like hours of operation and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we've dealt with rock crushing at the premium outlets, by the way. What hours they could do that and what hours they could do blasting and stuff like that. But a straight up noise ordinance is
Not our purview. That's fine.
But that doesn't stop us from making a suggestion as a board that the council could look into it if they chose to. But there it is. You've got the recommendation. Take a look at it next time you guys get together, if you choose to.
Okay.
Yep.
And
very challenging ordinances to follow and write and all those kinds of things. So I wouldn't. Sure. It's anyway.
the other
Items of
piece
concern.
was the both the applicant in number 12 and, one of the abutters mentioned the lack or loose definition of what mixed use is. And obviously, other, developers are looking at how we handle this one. So is there anything we can do there to
Yes.
prevent?
Yeah, that ordinance is completely within our control to decide what we would want to do to define mixed use. And maybe there's a statutory definition that's out there. Maybe it belongs where it is, where we can sort of recognize it when we see it,
Yeah.
kind of a thing. But there's also, and our master plan rewrite will be sort of revealing this, but we've always approached mixed use on conditional use permits on big parcels, 50 acres and above.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have any more of those. And so from now on, mixed use is going to be on little parcels, or we won't have mixed use at all. Maybe that's the right answer, whatever. But the need for it and how we approach it is going to shift from being focused on big parcels to focused on little parcels.
Yeah.
Just because our town's full. We don't have any more 50-acre plus parcels that are undeveloped. So,
Okay.
But so if it was a little parcel, we've got a couple of those where there's the thing at the bottom of West Chamberlain Road or East Chamberlain Road, whatever that is, was approved for 3 offices and 2 apartments over the top, mixed use. On that site, how was it approached? Well, it's little. You need one of these and one of those, and it's mixed, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
But that's like a 50-50 ratio. So that's what I was saying, like if there's some sort of percentage or something, I'm curious how other towns go about it. And obviously I've been in their shoes where you think that, the engineer put together a plan that's approvable and, everyone on the team thinks it's approvable and you're like, this planning board's being obnoxious. So I think that if there was some sort of rule, right? And even if we have to waive it every once in a while, I think it could prevent us from being here in the future.
and one of the challenges for us, and with these guys, we shouldn't necessarily dive into the merits of their application without them here anymore.
Sure.
But their site, even among conditional use permit sites, their site is very unique because of the outlet mall.
Mhm.
It's not the same as Gilbert Crossing. It's not the same as what's the one at the south part? I keep saying Chestnut something or other. Or
The name escapes me.
the one
Edgebrook.
Edgebrook. That
Oh, yeah.
Edgebrook. Thank you, Nelson. Chestnut something, whatever.
Oh,
Edgebrook.
that's the 55 plus though, right?
It's got some 55 plus, but it's also got just traditional, like 180 units of regular apartment and 6
Oh, okay.
buildings, 5 buildings or something. But so even within the context of conditional use permits, they're not apples to apples. So anyway,
Okay.
any other items of concern anybody would like to discuss? Then let's move on to the approval of the minutes of January 3rd, 2023. What say you? Motion to approve. Second, Nelson's got a hand up.
I'll second it with one condition.
Yep.
Page 7, line 28. Ms. Tracy questioned why there are only 2 accessible parking spaces. I think she was talking about
Handicap.
handicap parking spaces.
Yeah, or they're accessible also.
Yeah, that's kind of the new lingo for handicap spaces, is calling them accessible spaces.
Oh, I've learned something new. Okay.
I think you can still certainly use handicap, but accessible is kind of the,
Okay, I didn't say, I'm not quite.
It's not
Thank you for picking that up.
It's
Any
because I
other-
read them all the way to page 7 anyway.
you're the one. All in favor of
Sorry,
approving the
guys.
minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? 600 to approve the minutes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Thank you all. We're adjourned. 11:30. Boy, we tore through the first part of the agenda fast.